reality of our times. The fact that atom bombs may someday be dropped on our cities.
People have always opposed nuclear weapons, since pretty much 1945, when they were first used. Huge movements through the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s really pushed nuclear disarmament and arms control effort forwards. At the end of the Cold War, the issue drifted off a little bit of international attention. But the doctors, the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, really agreed that we needed a joint campaign, gather all of these people that are against nuclear weapons in a joint coalition to make one big push to ban and eliminate them. And that's how ICAN came about. I am the Executive Director of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. And I work to coordinate this incredible movement of over 600 organizations in 108 countries, all working together in numerous creative, exciting ways to end nuclear weapons.
We said nuclear weapons and humanities cannot coexist.
To gather in Vienna is incredibly important, not just because of the recent threats to use nuclear weapons, but also for the people who have suffered from the consequences of these weapons. People that very often have been ignored and marginalized in these conversations. The test site communities, the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, really these people that know more than anyone what nuclear weapons really are and what they do to people. And this place is where they get to be heard. And this place is where they get to be a part of the decisions around nuclear weapons.
You can't see your family die from the cancers and not feel it.
We just have to be as proactive as we possibly can.
I stand here with pride, and I stand here for our future and the generations to come. I stand here in hope and gratitude for the opportunity to participate.
My name is Karina Lester. I'm a second-generation nuclear test survivor. We hope that in this new treaty, governments will at last make reparation for the harm inflicted.
I thank my wonderful team back home. Without you all, my path would be a lot harder to travel.
This Nuclear Ban Week in Vienna is so important right now because we have just gone through something very traumatic as a whole world. This is the moment. This is where we all need to stop nuclear weapons. Politics and government decision is not just something that happens magically out of our control. We all contribute to creating the context of the political decisions.
I'm the co-founder of ICAN in Austria and one of the organizers of the Nuclear Ban Week here in Vienna. Vienna has always been a very important city for negotiations, especially in the nuclear field. We have the Iran talks taking place in Vienna, the Vienna Summit. I feel that Vienna, also as being a headquarters of the United Nations, is playing a crucial role in providing the ground for such talks.
So ICAN was originally launched in Australia, but fun fact, actually the international launch was held here in Vienna in April 2007 at the United Nations. So for ICAN, being here in Vienna now is really like coming home.
The Nuclear Ban Week will be full of very interesting and important meetings. There will be a parliamentarian conference to discuss between parliamentarians of different countries what they can do to support the treaty and to change the world. There will be a conference discussing the humanitarian impacts of nuclear weapons by the Austrian government. And from Tuesday until Thursday, states will meet for the very first time, the first meeting ever of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, to bring this treaty forward and to really make the plan to end nuclear weapons and to implement it.
So everyone here in Vienna, everyone at home, we really need your help.
Come and join us to put together the plan to end nuclear weapons.
Let's go.
Welcome to the Nuclear Ban Week here in Vienna. Let's act now. Hello and welcome everyone to Vienna.
Finally!
It's amazing to believe that we are finally here again, finally together again, and that we are back at the aula. Because some of you might remember, we have already been here in 2014, back before we had a ban treaty, back before we had a Nobel Peace Prize.
Remember those days?
And back when we were working hard to get an agreement to start negotiations for the nuclear ban treaty. And now, here we are again. And we are so pleased to welcome you all here right now in the aula, but also all people that are joining us right now over our live stream.
So, the world has really changed a lot since the last time we were together. And maybe even more so since the last time we were here in the aula. You know, when we got the 50th ratification of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and we knew that it would soon enter into force, you know, it felt like things were more challenging than ever in the world. We got those final ratifications in the middle of a massive global pandemic. The UN was mostly shut down. Donald Trump was still president of the United States. But we did it. The ban entered into force, and we immediately started planning for this massive celebration at the first meeting of states parties. And then things, believe it or not, got worse. Russia illegally invaded Ukraine earlier this year and threatened to use nuclear weapons. And our work became more urgent, more needed than ever. Will he do it? People have asked us. What would the consequences be? Journalists wanted to know. We got messages saying, "I'm so scared I can't sleep," from families, friends, just random people reaching out. For the first time in a long time, the whole world is collectively waking up to the realities of nuclear weapons and the threats that they cause. And in many ways, it's like Russia said the silent part of nuclear deterrence out loud. It's scary, it's very dangerous, but we've also been here before in the world. And you know what? It's people like us who's going to step up and save the world again. Because I genuinely believe that many of us would not have been alive today if there were not for the anti-nuclear movements around the world throughout the decades, fighting to make sure that it is taboo to use nuclear weapons. Like, for example, when explosive testing was forced underground because the White House was surrounded by women pushing baby carriages and their children forever changed by the strontium-90 found in their baby teeth. The world took notice, and civil society with activists and NGOs and others reduced the risk of nuclear war and banned testing. Or when nuclear weapons were almost used during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Civil society, working with responsible countries, international organizations, again reduced the risk and got the NPT into place and into force, reducing the risk of nuclear weapons war, stopping proliferation, committing states to disarmament. And just last week, we commemorated 40 years ago since 1 million people took the streets of New York. Just one part of a massive global movement that fought against the nuclear arms race, the unbelievable numbers and threats, and then reducing the risk and enabling huge reductions. There are people like Leslie Kagan, Cora Weiss, the many hibakushas and survivors of nuclear tests. They don't wear capes or masks, so the world might not recognize them for what they really are, heroes. And the world might not know how their activism and how that of ordinary people everywhere was just so absolutely extraordinary that it actually saved the world. Because we can't take the absence of nuclear war for granted. It has always been people who have turned the tide against the threat of use nuclear weapons and kind of reined in the worst instincts of some leaders, warmongers, and military advisors and stopped nuclear war from happening. And now, the risk of nuclear war is higher than it's been in generations. We're seeing open threats to use nuclear weapons. And again, we, civil society, working together with responsible governments, international organizations, must lead the irresponsible nuclear armed states away from their deadly policies of deterrence. And it's regular people, like everyone here today, and everyone who watches from home, that are going to have to step up and save the world, again.
So the next 2 days during the ICAN Nuclear Ban Forum, we will talk about what it means when nuclear weapons are used. We will hear from survivors and have the chance to talk together and to discuss about what we can do to address the contaminating legacy of nuclear deterrence. We will also hear from experts on the ways nuclear weapons and climate change are both threatening the world as we know it. To change the world, we also know we need to talk about and reinvigorate our hope. And there are some who have traveled here to Vienna or who are participating remotely, who give me hope that we can do what we need to do. We will also have time to brainstorm, to share skills, to come together across regions, generations, and the globe, to write the blueprint for the end of nuclear weapons. Planning this event during a global pandemic means we have put together a program both here in Vienna and online that we can connect one another. We will later hear about how this works. The government of Austria is really pleased that we are all here. And we received a welcome message from the Austrian Federal Minister for Europe and International Affairs, His Honorable Alexander Schallenberg.
That is why I ordered the Defense Minister and the Chief of the General Staff to put the Russian Army Deterrence Forces on special regime of combat duty. With these words, uttered on February 27th, the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, alarmed the world only days after his unjustified invasion of Ukraine. Media around the world were tripping over themselves, and suddenly the threat of a nuclear escalation didn't seem any more completely implausible and far-fetched. Ladies and gentlemen, today should have been a celebration of the enormous achievements of the past few years, the entry into force of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, at its first meeting of state parties next Tuesday. Instead, we meet at a time of crisis, at a watershed moment. On February the 24th, the unthinkable has happened. War has returned to Europe. Russia has invaded Ukraine. It is trying to redraw borders and does not even recoil from using nuclear blackmail, something we have believed to be a thing of the past. Never since the Cold War has the threat of nuclear escalation been more present. This is a wake-up call for all of us. So many red lines have been crossed in the past few months. We cannot allow this to be one of them. Threatening the use of nuclear weapons is completely irresponsible and utterly unacceptable. The humanitarian consequences would be catastrophic. And still, disarmament has not only grounded to a halt, it has even reversed course. Nuclear-armed states are upgrading and expanding their arsenals, building new types of weapons, pushing us closer to a nuclear arms race. This is why coming together this week in Vienna is so important. We send a strong signal that the conversation has shifted. The TPNW is the new norm. It gives voice to a majority of states that do not accept the logic of nuclear deterrence, the logic that these weapons provide security. This is a fundamental error. In reality, they are a threat to us all. Nuclear weapons must be eliminated. So my appeal to you is simple. Keep up your efforts. We need you, your voices, your campaigns, your pressure. We need this effective and powerful private-public partnership. It was instrumental in banning anti-personnel mines and cluster ammunition. And I'm confident that together we will also be successful in shifting the public debate and changing public perception on nuclear weapons. I promise you that Austria will continue to be a steadfast partner. Because, as we have seen, this is not an abstract danger. It is a question of our safety and the safety of future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Minister and also to the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their support in this event.
And we also want to thank you all for coming here today, and particularly those of you who have come from very far. We're very grateful to the Austrian MFA for their support with these applications, but we also know how incredibly difficult it is for people from certain parts of the world to come to Europe. We're very pleased that most of the people who wanted to come have got their visas on time, but we also recognize the enormous hoops and challenges that people go through to be here, and we are very grateful and thankful for that.
And now, I have the great pleasure that I introduce to you the MCs and the stage hosts for the coming 2 days. Please welcome, with me, Feline Scherer-Dressler and Seth Sheldon. Welcome.
So, just before we hand over to Feline and Seth, I just wanted to say, welcome to Vienna, welcome to the Nuclear Ban Forum. Let's do this.
Hi, Seth.
Hi, Feline.
And hi, all of you here in the aula and all over the world at the live stream. Thank you all. It's amazing to see so many faces in this packed room. Some familiar faces from 8 years ago, but so many new faces as well. It's great to see you all here and to see that you are part of this absolutely necessary event. Before we get started, just a couple of things we wanted to briefly remind you of. First off, the program. It's going to be really busy, and there's always something going on. We're spoiled for choice. Feel free to move around the stages, but please be mindful and respectful and try to keep your voices down as we are live streaming. And we'll do our best to keep you informed about what's happening on other stages, but keep your paper program handy or check out with the program with the QR code on the back of your badge.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of conference where we want you to be on your devices, on your phone, take photos, post on Twitter, tag, #NuclearBan, share your thoughts. If you're joining remotely, it's our hope that this is going to be as dynamic and as interactive as possible. There are 4 stages, and 2 of them, the Vienna Hub and this main stage, are going to be broadcast remotely. And there will be some interactive portions too. At certain intervals, we're going to ask the audience to engage in audience polls and ask speakers questions. And for this, we're using a program called Slido that you can check out now and connect to, sli.do or slido.com, and enter the code Nuclear Ban Week, one word.
Or, again, if you're here in person, there is another QR code on the back of your badge. Again, the code is Nuclear Ban Week to connect. And of course, we'll be taking breaks from each of the stages. We're also going to explain how to engage with sessions as we move further along. Yeah, and with this.
Yep. 2 days, 40 workshops, 100 speakers. The program's going to run continuously, and because of that, so will the coffee and the food. Pastries in the morning, lunch in the afternoon. Drinks are on the middle floor and the bottom floor, the ground floor, and food will be on the middle floor. Everyone, find your own time to go get lunch, ideally not the same time. There's going to be plenty of food out, and it will stay out, so pick your time based on what programs you're attending.
One more thing, let's talk health and safety. The COVID pandemic is not over, and realize that those who are here in person have taken a risk both for themselves and others, and we hope to do what is feasible to minimize that risk. We've installed extra ventilation throughout the venue, for example, and you also encountered the Red Cross this morning who are helping us with COVID safety.
Yeah, and when you registered, remember that you agreed to the 3G rule, so that means you're either vaccinated or you're recently recovered or you've tested negative today. These rules are in effect here, even though they've been lifted in Austria as a whole, and also we're recommending masking. It's great to see so many people who are. Please do so when you're not on stage or eating. FFP2 masks have been provided in your welcome tote, and we have others if you lose yours. Oh, speaking of my mic. Well, I think I know what you're going to say. Yeah. So I can say, which is that if you feel like you have symptoms, please don't attend the meeting in person. You're able to engage online, as we were just describing. Call the Austrian Health Hotline at 1450, and you'll be looked after by medical staff and given further instructions. And if you test positive within 10 days after participating in the forum, please let us know.
So I'll take over your part. If you need anything, ask anyone with a crew shirt. And I think...
Yeah, that's it. I guess with that, let's
get on to it.
Yeah.
And, okay, thanks. And to begin with, we will reflect on the humanitarian underpinnings of ICAN's mission and hear perspectives from impacted communities. We're honored to welcome Togzhan Kassenova to the stage. Welcome. Togzhan is at the Center for Policy Research, SUNY Albany, and has a personal and powerful connection to the story of the steppe.
Togzhan is going to focus on the idea of reclaiming agency, power of the people, and the real impact of nuclear weapons as the legacy of nuclear testing demonstrates. Along with other affected communities who we have with us today, Togzhan's work helps demonstrate that nuclear weapons are not abstract, game theory and policy. Even when not detonated in the context of war, nuclear weapons are causing real harm right now and every day. Welcome, Togzhan. The main stage is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just waiting for the slides to come up. I want to tell you a story of a school teacher named Bolatbek. I met him in Sarjal, a village next to the former Soviet nuclear testing site in Kazakhstan, in the Semipalatinsk region. His story is a story of thousands of victims of Soviet nuclear tests. Those tests caused irreversible harm, both in visible and invisible ways. Radiation poisoned land, water, food. Shaking of the ground damaged the houses and the wells. In Bolatbek's family alone, the tragedies are too many for one person to bear. In 1962, Jan Bolatbek and his siblings were eagerly awaiting a baby brother or baby sister, but that baby was stillborn, and stillbirths were very common in that area. Bolatbek thinks that his mother lost the baby because in 61-62, the Soviet Union rushed to conduct as many atmospheric tests as possible because they knew the partial test ban treaty was coming. And of course, stillbirths can be caused by many factors, and we'll never know whether this particular loss can be attributed to nuclear tests. But the next tragedy that came to this family just 5 years later, indisputably is connected to a nuclear test. One day, 2 of his sisters did not wake up for school. It turned out that an underground nuclear test damaged a chimney in their simple house. A brick fell into a chimney and prevented venting of poisonous gas. Both girls got poisoned by carbon monoxide, and one of them died. Bolatbek's father suffered from stomach cancer. His mother had brain cancer. His brother passed away at the age of 57 from heart disease. And tragically, his son died from suicide when he was in the 9th grade. Bolatbek lost countless friends, neighbors, and classmates. One of his classmates in the 1st grade died from leukemia. Another one succumbed to leukemia when she was just 18. And he has so many stories like that from his youth. We were kids, he said to me. Who will protect our rights as children? I wish I knew where to seek justice. In talking about the Soviet government's decision to test nuclear bombs in the Kazakh steppe, Bolatbek asked me, why didn't they choose a desert or a taiga? Why did they have to do experiments on humans? We were lab rats for them. And honestly, I didn't have any answers for him. As a scholar who read the archival documents and studied how the Soviet government chose the Kazakh land to conduct nuclear tests, how it called the land uninhabited, I knew very well that those in power didn't give any thought to the people. People of Kazakhstan didn't have any say in their own fate. Few attempts by prominent Kazakhs and local governors to attract attention of the Soviet government to what was happening in the Semipalatinsk region and the suffering, those attempts were crushed. There was an atmosphere of complete secrecy, fully controlled narrative. And I wondered how someone like Bolatbek, who experienced so many tragedies, how someone like him could find strength to go on living. But actually, he not only found the strength to go on living, in his quiet, defiant way, he continued fighting. In the late 80s, dissent became possible in the Soviet Union, and an incredible grassroots anti-nuclear movement called Nevada Semipalatinsk was born and united the people of Kazakhstan against nuclear tests. Jan Bolatbek joined the movement and fought along others to stop nuclear tests on the Kazakh land. The story of Kazakhstan's anti-nuclear movement, which successfully pushed the Soviet military to stop testing at the site in '89, and which allowed the Kazakh leadership to shut down the site in '91, while Kazakhstan was still part of the Soviet Union, is a story of reclaiming agency. It is a story of the colonized land standing up to its patrons. It is a story of how Kazakhstan made the first step to remove itself from the Soviet nuclear weapons program. As the Soviet Union fell, Kazakhstan found itself with a massive nuclear inheritance, weapons, nuclear material, weapons infrastructure. A newly independent Kazakhstan made the conscious decision to become nuclear-free. It is important that it decided that nuclear weapons should be removed. Without Kazakhstan's decision, the fate of those Soviet nuclear weapons could not be decided, even if Kazakhstan didn't have access to command and control. But I think it's even more important that Kazakhstan decided to remove nuclear material, large amounts of nuclear material, to dismantle weapons infrastructure that it fully controlled. This non-nuclear choice is an integral part of Kazakhstan's national identity, a country that believes nuclear weapons should not exist. Kazakhstan's choice helps change the narrative that nuclear weapons bring more security. Kazakhstan did not feel secure in the early 90s. Actually, it felt very vulnerable. But it decided that a nuclear program would not help with strengthening its sovereignty and independence. Instead, it channeled its energy into attracting foreign direct investment, foreign technology, and getting access to the international community. I'm proud of Kazakhstan's choices, but I'm heartbroken that Kazakhstan will never be able to erase the legacy of the Soviet nuclear tests. Whenever I travel to the areas next to the former Soviet nuclear testing site in Semipalatinsk, I meet the third and the fourth generation of survivors, children who are missing fingers, who suffer from cancer and other diseases. And it is hard for me to reconcile the high-level debates in the nuclear capitals of the world that talk about nuclear weapons as something abstract, with the images of children that I meet there, with the stories that I know from the Marshallese or the downwinders in the United States or Uyghur communities in Xinjiang who suffered from Lopnor test site, and all the other communities around the world that in one way or another are paying the price for nuclear weapons programs. But I'm thrilled to see major shifts in the global nuclear realm, and I think just like people of Kazakhstan reclaimed agency over their own land, non-nuclear weapon states and international civil society reclaimed theirs by making the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons possible. It means so much to me that all these voices I now heard, and I really believe they should be heard, and they're so important because it's our common fate. In a way, we're all hostages as long as nuclear weapons exist and possessed by a few. And this feeling of being hostages, I think it especially came to the forefront with Russia's war against Ukraine. An unprovoked war in the 21st century is an abomination. A war in which a nuclear power, Russia, is engaged in nuclear saber-rattling is beyond irresponsible. And since the war started, I get questions on a regular basis. What would happen if Russia uses a tactical nuclear weapon on the battlefield, or if a conventional war grows into a nuclear exchange between nuclear powers. And it's almost as though I have a physical reaction that I don't want to answer. It literally makes me sick. And I think the question should be, how did we get here? How in 2022 we're talking about nuclear use? And I just want to leave you with a final message, I guess. I really believe we should all be united in reclaiming our agency, in deciding our fate, and make it impossible for a few who possess nuclear weapons to keep us all hostages. Thank you.
Thank you, Togzhan. That was incredible insights. And a reminder for those who want to learn more about this, Togzhan has written a book that's just out this year called Atomic Step: How Kazakhstan Gave Up the Bomb. And just a message, because on popular demand, we will now communicate the Wi-Fi and the Wi-Fi password. So be prepared, take out your phone. The Wi-Fi name is ICAN Nuclear Ban Forum Guests, and the password is all small caps, small, all together, Nuclear Ban Forum 2022 Vienna. So the password is Nuclear Ban Forum 2022 Vienna. I hope you all got it, otherwise just ask any crew member, and I might repeat it later. Giving you a second. But next up, and you already see the stages being set up, we'll hear more about the direct and human consequences of nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence. Just a message on what's going on the other stages. At 11 o'clock local time, we will have programs beginning at the Vienna Hub, which you can also watch if you're following along remotely. We will have denuclearization in Northeast Asia. At the town hall downstairs, we will have I Can Get My City's Support on the ICAN Cities Appeal. And in the colloquy hall, we have Amnesia Atomica, Using Art to Move Minds, with Pedro Reyes and Pedro Alonso. So it's really important that we keep remembering to talk about nuclear deterrence as something with real consequences. Because for the last several months, it's been clear that politicians seem to have forgotten. And some people are still holding on to this idea that nuclear deterrence is an abstract theory, but it's not. That's part of ICAN's superpower, remembering and reminding others that there are real people behind the theories, real people whose lives have been forever altered by the decades of nuclear deterrence demonstrations. We cannot forget, and that's why we listen to those who know better than anyone else what these weapons can do. I will welcome now to the stage the guests for our next panel. So in order to know what we're up against and to keep our resistance strong, we need to best understand that this is what nuclear weapons are. I am now handing over to Akira Kawasaki, who is an executive committee member on Peace Boat, a Tokyo-based NGO, which is an international steering group member of ICAN. Akira, welcome to Vienna.
Hi, is this working? Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm Akira Kawasaki from Peace Boat, Japan. I have had the privilege to work with so many hibakusha, the survivors of atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in promoting their testimonies and messages around the world through Peace Boat global voyages for many years. and recently through online sessions. Just to follow on to the great stories from Kazakhstan, we will discuss about nuclear weapons with the title of "This is what nuclear weapons are." All discussions about nuclear weapons must start by recognizing the severe, devastating harms that those weapons bring to people and the environment. And the first and best people you should listen to are the very survivors of those weapons. They are the real experts of nuclear weapons. Today, the country with one of the largest nuclear arsenals is invading its neighbor by threatening to use nuclear weapons. And the other nuclear armed states are also promoting a nuclear arms race, getting ready to launch them anytime. We must stop them. Hiroshima and Nagasaki must never be repeated. But at the same time, we need to understand, even in the process of developing and testing of nuclear weapons, people do suffer. And those nuclear harms have been deliberately hidden. So we need to actively listen to those who experienced and are experiencing those harms. So let me introduce the speakers this morning. Suichi Kido. Kido-san was 5 years old when he was exposed to the atomic bomb in Nagasaki on August 9th, 1945. Now he leads Nihon Hidankyo, the National Confederation of Hibakusha Organizations, in appealing for national compensation and for the prohibition and the total elimination of nuclear weapons. We will then hear from Mary Dixon, a downwinder of the US nuclear testing and thyroid cancer survivor from Salt Lake City, Utah. She's an award-winning writer advocating for rights of radiation-exposed individuals by the US nuclear testing in Nevada. Lena Norman is from Association 193 from Maui, where France conducted nuclear testing 193 times. She's not only leading the campaign for reparations for nuclear-related diseases in the local residents, but also promoting education to remember those nuclear tests. And Remy Zahiga from Green Congo Initiative. We know that uranium from Congo was used in the Hiroshima bomb. Remy will share with us his perspectives as a climate activist about the link between nuclear weapons and our environment of today. So after their presentations, we will have some time for question and discussion, so please get ready for that. So without further ado, I'll give the floor to Mr. Kido.
皆さんに話をする機会をいただきまして心から感謝申し上げます。
I am grateful very sincerely for the opportunity to speak with you all today.
私が記憶している5歳の時の被爆体験についてお話しします。
I would like to share with you the experience I remember of the atomic bombing when I was 5 years old.
私は爆心地から2キロメートルの自宅前路上に母と一緒にいました。
At the time, I was together with my mother in front of our house, 2 kilometers from the hypocenter.
飛行機の音を聞いたその瞬間、ピカドン、光を浴び、飛ばされて気を失いました。
All of a sudden, I heard the buzzing sound of a plane, and I was engulfed in a bright flash. The bang blew me away, and I fell unconscious.
私は顔の左半分、母は顔と胸を焼かれました。
The left half of my face and the whole of my mother's face and her chest were completely burned.
逃げ込んだ防空壕では負傷者のうめき声が満ちていました。
We escaped into a tunnel-like air raid shelter in the side of a hill.
母は間もなくやけどで顔が腫れ上がり、何も見えなくなりました。
It was filled with the groans of the wounded. My mother's eyes soon became blocked by her burns, and she was not able to see anything nor to move.
翌10日、私たちは道の王に疎開しました。
On the next day, the 10th of August, we evacuated to a place called Michino.
母は戸板に寝かされ、私はカゴに座らされて運ばれました。
My mother was laid to lie down on a doorboard, and I was carried in a basket usually used for carrying earth and dirt.
爆心地に近づくにつれ、ゴロゴロ転がった死体、水を求める人々が目に入りました。
As we approached the area of Ground Zero, we saw bodies scattered on the streets and people there begging for water.
何もできず、ただ体を固くして通るだけでした。
We could not do anything but just freeze and continue to walk past them.
何もかも初めて見る地獄としか言いようのない光景でした。
This was a scene like nothing I had ever seen before, and the only word I can describe it with is hell.
こんなことは二度と起こってはいけない。その思いは今日まで変わりません。
This must never happen again, and this thought has remained with me unchanged to this very day.
原爆は一瞬に広島と長崎の町を破壊し、無数の命を奪いました。
The atomic bombs destroyed the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in an instant, taking countless lives.
そのほとんどが子どもたち、女性、老人の弱者です。
Most of them were vulnerable people, children, women, and the elderly.
家族に看取られて亡くなった死者はわずか 4% です。
Of them, only 4% of the dead were able to be cared for by their families.
とても人間の死とは呼べない死でした。
These were deaths that could hardly even be called human deaths.
かろうじて生き残った人も急性原爆症で亡くなっていきました。
Even those who somehow barely were able to survive died one after one of acute atomic bomb-related illnesses.
私も40度の熱に侵され、真夏なのにサージの冬服を着ていたことを覚えています。
I also remember that even though it was the middle of summer, I had a high fever of 40 degrees Celsius, so I was wearing serge winter clothing even in that heat.
被爆者はあの日の体験に耐えきれませんでした。
Hibakusha could not bear the experience of that day.
思い出すことも語ることもできませんでした。
We were not able to remember or even talk about it.
被爆者の命、体、暮らし、心の不安、苦悩は生涯続いています。
The anxiety and anguish over lives, bodies, livelihoods, and minds continues throughout our lives.
被爆者は1956年、日本被団協を結成しました。
In 1956, the Hibakusha formed the organization called the Japan Confederation of A and H bomb sufferers organizations, or Nihon Hidankyo.
日本被団協は人間にとって原爆とは何かを調査研究し、原爆は人間として死ぬことも人間らしく生きることも許さない、人間と共存できない非人道的絶対悪の兵器であることを明らかにしました。
Nihon Hidankyo has been conducting surveys and research on what the atomic bomb means to humanity, and this reveals that the atomic bomb is a weapon of inhumanity and absolute evil with which human beings cannot exist. It does not even allow us to die as human beings or to live as human beings.
世界に核兵器の廃絶を訴え、日本政府に原爆への償い、国家保障を求めてきました。
We have made it clear that a world without nuclear weapons and war is the only way to save humanity, appealing to the world for abolition and demanding that the Japanese government atone for and compensate the victims of the atomic bombings.
この願いが核兵器禁止条約の成立につながりました。
And this wish connected to the establishment of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons.
核兵器禁止条約は被爆者の願いそのものです。
The TPNW itself embodies this very aspiration of we Hibakusha.
心から喜び歓迎します。
We welcome it with joy from the bottom of our hearts.
特に条約6条の核兵器被害者に対する支援をすべての人に安全につながるものです。
In particular, we hope that support for victims of nuclear weapons provided in Article 6 of the treaty will be deepened here, as this will lead to the safety of all people.
締約国会議で話し合われ、深められることを期待しています。
We very much hope that Article 6 will be discussed and further deepened at the meeting of states parties.
第二次大戦後、1947年、日本国民は日本国憲法を手にしました。
After the end of World War II in 1947, the people of Japan adopted a new constitution of Japan.
憲法は戦争と武力による威嚇、または武力の行使を禁止しております。
This constitution prohibits and renounces war and the threat or use of force.
戦後77年、日本は戦争をせず、一人の命も奪われておりません。
In the 77 years since the end of World War II, not a single life has been taken by Japan in war.
憲法が私たちの命を守ったのです。
The Constitution of Japan has protected our lives.
この戦争のない救助の精神を世界に広げ、世界の人々を守ること、そのために運動することが日本国民に与えられた責務だと思います。
I believe that it is the responsibility of the people of Japan to convey this Article 9 of the Constitution and its concept of banning war throughout the world and to make this a common norm for all mankind.
最後に被爆国を標榜する日本国政府がどうして核兵器禁止条約に背を向け締約国会議に参加しないのかを述べさせていただきます。
Finally, I would like to ask why the Japanese government, which claims to be an atomic-bombed nation, turns its back on the nuclear ban treaty and refuses to attend the meeting of states parties.
日本政府は核政策の基本に戦争犠牲受任論という考えに立っています。
One of the reasons the Japanese government refuses to reflect on its past wars and its underlining attitude is behind its current policy.
一言で言えば、戦争によって命、体、 財産が奪われても国の戦争のための犠牲として我慢しなければならないという考えです。
At the fundamental core of this is this attitude that the citizens must endure any sacrifices caused by wars of their country, no matter what may be taken of their lives, their bodies, their assets.
私たち被爆者は国際紛争を解決する手段として武力を使うことを求めません。
We Hibakusha refuse to accept the use of force as a means of resolving international conflicts.
武力に対して武力で対抗することは紛争の継続拡大をもたらすだけです。
Responding to force by force will only lead to the continuation and further expansion of conflict.
核兵器の廃絶、武器の廃止を求め、平和な世界を作るために生きることを述べ、被爆者からの世界の皆さんへの挨拶とします。ありがとうございました。
I would like to pledge to the people of the world to continue to seek the abolition of nuclear weapons and all weapons, and to live together to create a peaceful world on behalf of all the Hibakusha. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kido-san, for the powerful speech. So, Mary, please share with us your story from the U.S.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'm honored to be here. Thank you to ICAN for bringing me. When I think about the many people around this world whose lives and health have been shattered by the entire cycle of nuclear weapons development and testing, not to speak of their use in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that human toll is catastrophic. It's probably impossible to identify how many people worldwide became collateral damage. But the Cold War, I know this, had far more casualties than we'll ever know. I am one of those casualties, a survivor of US nuclear weapons testing that devastated my family, my neighbors, and my friends. Growing up in Salt Lake City, Utah during the Cold War, we were repeatedly exposed to dangerous levels of radioactive fallout from hundreds of detonations at the Nevada test site, just 65 miles west of Las Vegas. The US government conducted 100 atmospheric tests at that site between 1951 and 62, and 828 more underground until 1992. Many of those broke through the Earth's surface and spewed fallout into the atmosphere as well. The jet stream carried that fallout across America to communities far beyond the Nevada test site, as far as New York and even into Canada. Snow and rain brought it down to where it made its way into the environment and our bodies, all while our government repeatedly assured us there is no danger and told us not to let reports of Geiger counters going crazy bother us. In the spring, before my 30th birthday, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. Surgeons cut up my thyroid and lymph nodes around it, then gave me what they called a radioactive cocktail to drink. On my hospital door and bracelet was the radioactive symbol. I was the radioactive material. Nurses left trays of food outside my door, and every day a doctor came and pointed from the doorway his Geiger counter at me until the readings were low enough I could safely be around other people again. Subsequent health complications that I linked to that radiation treatment led to another surgery that left me unable to have children. I've been sliced, radiated, and scooped out. I've buried and mourned the dead, comforted and advocated for the living, and worried with each pain, ache, and lump that I'm getting sick again. I survived my cancer. My sister and many others were not so fortunate. They lost their lives. Before she died in 2001, my sister and I counted 54 people in our childhood neighborhood who developed cancer, autoimmune disorders, and other illnesses that ravaged them and their families. Too many of my classmates died, one when we were 8 of a brain tumor. 4 weeks later, her 4-year-old brother died of testicular cancer. The casualties continue to mount and mount. My younger sister's now battling stomach cancer. My other sister's being treated for autoimmune disorders. I have lost so many people that I sometimes feel like I am just forever piling up losses. Of the downwinders that I worked with for so many years in my home state of Utah, I am the only one still living. I listened with despair as one of them, who was riddled with cancer, begged me to help her die. It was, of course, impossible. She used to like to say, "We are veterans of the Cold War, only we never enlisted, and no one will fold a flag over our coffins." The devastation and legacy created by the nuclear arms race hasn't ended. People are still getting sick. Their cancers are returning. Many face staggering medical bills and lose everything. And the genetic damage is passed on to new generations. I carry this map you see with me that shows where the fallout was carried, and people are always shocked when I show it to them. Most of them have no idea of our nuclear past or the tragic consequences it had for countless unsuspecting patriotic Americans, perhaps even them. For decades, the government and military minimized, suppressed, and lied about the devastating health effects of weapons-related radiation exposure, opting instead for what they called the judicious handling of information, i.e. propaganda. In the madness to win the arms race, we were considered expendable. In my work over 3 decades, I've listened to thousands of heartbreaking stories from other survivors across America of the first nuclear test in Nevada in '45, or in New Mexico, of testing in the Pacific, of uranium mining, of plutonium processing, and I have heard countless gut-wrenching stories of impacted communities around the world, many of whom you'll hear from. I have a strong affinity and connection with all of them. Ask any of us, and we will tell you, the arms race did not prevent nuclear war. It was a nuclear war waged against us. We suffered and continue to suffer because of governments' actions, governments that knew the lethal and lasting impacts of radiation exposure and kept the truth from those they were charged with protecting. Few of us all these years later have been acknowledged or compensated. My own government finally recognized its responsibility in 1990. When it passed the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, a limited act that paid partial restitution to some fallout victims directly downwind of the test site. We now know, thanks to studies since then, that the extent wreaked by fallout extended far beyond those arbitrary boundaries. We know 212,000 lifetime cases of thyroid cancer alone in my country are likely linked to fallout, that 500,000 people in the Midwest and Northeast died of contaminated fallout. For the past 2 years, I've worked with a coalition of impacted community members and allied advocates nationwide to push bills through Congress that would expand compensation to include thousands more Americans. We feel an intense sense of urgency. Time is literally running out, as many are dying and more have already died waiting for justice. Governments that knowingly endanger their own citizens must be held accountable. Our lives, Our lives are worth more than civilization ending weapons that harmed us. It is a simple matter of justice and human rights. I had one friend who said, where I'm from, when you break something, you fix it. The government broke these people, and it needs to take care of them. As one legislator said in hearings before the Congress, these people are cold warriors, and we do not leave our warriors on the field. I'm hoping that our stories will help prevent the mistakes of the past and help end the nuclear threat, because where I'm from, we are all downwinders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mary, for the great statement that the arms race was a nuclear war onto us, and it is a war onto us. So now, Lena, please share with us your experience and struggle in Maui, Polynesia.
Mesdames, Messieurs, chers internautes, Yorana. Comment on fait pour la diapositive? Ah, excuse me. 193 est le nombre d'essais nucléaires réalisés par la France en Polynésie française, à raison de 46 tirs atmosphériques d'une puissance totale de plus de 10 000 kilotonnes, 147 essais nucléaires souterrains, plus de 3 000 kilotonnes que ça représente. Sur 30 ans, du 2 juillet 1966 au 27 janvier 1996, soit une moyenne d'un tir tous les 2 mois. Voilà la réalité de notre histoire. Voilà la réalité de ce que la France a fait en Polynésie.
Dear delegates, Ya Oranoa, 193 is the number of French nuclear tests realized in Polynesia. 46 atmospheric nuclear tests with a total power of more than 10,000 kilotons. 147 underground nuclear tests with a total power of more than 3,000 kilotons. An average of 1 shot every 2 months for 30 years. This is the reality of what realized the French colonisator.
La Polynésie française est un territoire français basé dans le Pacifique Sud, composé de 118 petites îles et atolls sur 5 archipels, mais aussi sur une étendue de plus de 5 500 km² d'air maritime, soit aussi vaste que l'Europe.
Polynesia is a vast territory composed with 118 islands, more larger than Europe, with a total amount of kilometers of 500,000 kilometers.
Mais la colonisation française et le système politique qui a permis le fait nucléaire, c'est un crime contre l'humanité. Des familles entières souffrent, déciment. Plusieurs générations, le peuple maori est condamné sur plusieurs générations.
The French colonizer is a political system that allowed the nuclear fact responsible of crimes against humanity. Because yes, families suffer and are affected by cancer. And yes, the Maori people is condemned for many generations.
La France est aujourd'hui 4e puissance mondiale qui possède la force de dissuasion nucléaire. Mais à quel prix? À quel prix? Voilà la réalité de ces 193 essais nucléaires français. Voilà ce que sont les armes nucléaires. 193, c'est aussi le nom de l'association dont je me fais le porte-parole aujourd'hui devant vous en qualité de première vice-présidente.
France is today the 4th nuclear power state in the world, but at what price? This is the reality of the French nuclear deterrence. 193 is also the name of our association, as I spoke today as a vice-president of this organization.
Créée en 2014, elle est apolitique aux valeurs chrétiennes et s'articule autour de 10 axes qui forment son objet social.
Created in 2014, this organization with Christian values is not affiliated with any political parties and works on different topics around the nuclear fact and its consequences.
Donc, nos axes s'articulent autour du devoir de mémoire, devoir d'éducation, devoir d'unité, devoir de justice, devoir de solidarité et l'organisation d'un référendum local chez nous, tel que le prévoit notre statut, autour du fait nucléaire et des conséquences.
Our acts of works are organized around memory, education, unity, justice, solidarity, and to organize the future referendums around the questions of the nuclear fact and its consequences.
La Polynésie française est présentée comme un lieu paradisiaque où le tourisme y fait bon vivre. Mais malheureusement, elle a aussi un envers sombre de sa carte postale. En effet, les chiffres de notre caisse de prévoyance sociale, qui équivaut donc à la sécurité sociale en France, annoncent des chiffres très alarmants.
The Polynesia is well known as a paradise, but the other side of this postcard is pretty dark, notably on health consequences. As what we know from our social security is that 10,000 patients suffer from different diseases.
Comme je le disais tantôt, donc nos chiffres enregistrés par notre caisse de prévoyance sociale a recensé entre 1992 et 2017 plus de 10 000 personnes pour qui elle a financé les dépenses de soins. Mais je rappelle que les essais nucléaires ont commencé en 1966 et nous n'avons aucune donnée entre 1966 et 1991. Donc c'est comme si 25 années n'ont jamais existé.
What we know about our social security institution is that 10,000 people suffers from the time between 1992 to 2017. But the problem, as we know, is that the French nuclear test began in 1966, and we have no data from 1966 to 1996. That's a real problem.
Autre donnée, notre ministre de la Santé, donc du gouvernement local, annonce les chiffres que vous voyez là. Par an, 600 nouveaux cas de cancer enregistrés. 300 décès de cancer par an. La population totale de la Polynésie, 280 000 habitants. N'est-ce pas alarmant?
As we know, some other data given by our health ministers of Polynesia is that, as you can see, 600 new cancers patients a year, 3 cancers deaths a year, and we know that the population is 280,000 people.
Après 50 ans de théorie des essais propres, nourris par l'État français, le président donc, de chez nous, de notre gouvernement, en 2018, il a fait des aveux. Il a dit « On vous a menti pendant 30 ans ». Des propos donc tenus dans notre assemblée délibérante. On vous a menti pendant 30 ans. L'année dernière, le président de la République, donc Emmanuel Macron, est passé en Polynésie, avec qui d'ailleurs l'association et donc comme ma personne, on a eu l'occasion d'avoir un face-à-face. Et oui, il a reconnu qu'effectivement, la France avait menti sur ses essais nucléaires au peuple polynésien.
After 50 years of terrorize of clean nuclear tests, in 2018, the president of Polynesia recognized inside the National Assembly of Polynesia that, yes, there is a lie during more than 30 years. Last year, in 2020, the President of France, Macron, came in Polynesia and recognized the lie.
Mais là, on dit, mais menti jusqu'à quel point? Jusqu'à quel point le mensonge? Et d'ailleurs, tout récemment, il y a une enquête disclose qui a été menée par le chercheur Sébastien Philippe avec son équipe de Princeton, et puis la collaboration du journaliste aussi, Thomas Statius, qui ont sorti un ouvrage toxique avec des révélations qui en fait ne font qu'affirmer la situation. Donc rien qu'un tir en 1974, Centaure, est venu jusqu'à sur l'île principale, Tahiti, et avec donc plus de 110 000 victimes potentielles.
But until when the lie is realized? As we know, with last year's studies realized by the researcher Sébastien Philippe of Princeton and the journalist named Thomas Statius of the media named Disclose, they revealed some new data about the French nuclear test named Centaur of the 17th of July 1974. Suddenly, the radioactive fallout of this nuclear test changed directions and contaminate all Polynesia and Tahiti. So until when we will have some lie?
Et de nouvelles révélations donc de leur part, après remodélisation. Donc il y a eu un autre tir Sirius en 1966 d'une puissance de 205 kilotonnes qui finalement a dévié et venu aussi sur Tahiti et d'autres archipels, Marquise et Tuamotu, et un autre tir en 1973, Pallas, 4 kilotonnes, et qui allait donc plus au sud de notre archipel des Australes avec 5000 victimes potentielles.
Then with the other revelation of this media, they revealed that another French nuclear test named Sirius, 205 kilotons, where also create some contaminations on Tahiti and Marquise Tuamotu. But there is another third nuclear test named Sirius, that create also some contaminations the 4th of July 1973 and on the Austral archipelago.
Et là, je ne vous ai parlé que de 3 tirs atmosphériques, alors qu'il y en a eu 46 atmosphériques et 147 souterrains. Et c'est là où on dit, mais jusqu'où, jusqu'à quel point l'État français nous a menti?
And we only speak about 3 nuclear tests, as we know from 46 nuclear atmospheric and 147 underground nuclear tests. So until when and which point the French lied to us?
Aujourd'hui, je suis là devant vous pour vous parler notamment de ce que fait l'association par application donc de l'article 6 du traité donc de 2017 qui parle de l'assistance aux victimes et la remise en état de l'environnement. L'association 193 possède donc une cellule d'accompagnement et de réparation des victimes et des essais nucléaires. Cette cellule, précisément, a été créée en 2017 et elle accompagne toutes les personnes, sans distinction politique, sans distinction religieuse ou autre, mais dans la mesure où cette personne présente les 3 conditions légales prévues par la loi d'indemnisation de la France, alors l'association, bénévolement, accompagne ces personnes.
Today I'm here to speak about the Article 6 of the TPNW, as it's about victim assistance and rehabilitations. Since 2017, Association 193 provide help to each person without distinctions. At the moment, they have the 3 criteria provided by the French victim law to organize and to help her to realize the claims to be a victim of the French nuclear test.
Donc, à chacune des étapes, effectivement, nous accompagnons les personnes dans la constitution des dossiers, Je vous ai évoqué l'étendue de la Polynésie, sur plus de 5 millions. Donc voilà, ce n'est pas si simple pour les personnes de faire les démarches et on est là pour les aider. Constitution du dossier, préparation à l'audition, donc qui est téléphonique, et en fonction de la réponse donc, du CIVEN, qui est l'autorité administrative indépendante de l'État, si la réponse est favorable donc, à la demande d'indemnisation, on prépare également la personne à l'expertise médicale et dans la mesure où la réponse était favorable, on accompagne également à l'aide d'un avocat, donc à la voie contentieuse.
So at each stage, we are present with the family. We help the family to the constitution of the files, to prepare to the auditions until the decisions of the CIVEN. The CIVEN is the Committee Compensations of Victims of French Nuclear Test. If the answer of this organization is positive, we help the persons to prepare to the medical fields. And if it's negative, we give to them a legal lawyer to try to fight another way.
L'association recense aujourd'hui plus de 300 familles accompagnées, à raison de 130 qui ont obtenu une réponse favorable, 110 une réponse défavorable. Vous direz c'est peu, mais c'est beaucoup. De là d'où vient justement la situation. Et pour faire un rapprochement, le CIVEN enregistre 400 dossiers de population de la Polynésie qui ont déposé un dossier. Il y a encore effectivement du travail à faire, mais voilà le travail bénévole mené par l'association et ses référentes.
Our associations provide help to 300 families. You can think it's very few, but I can assure you it's a lot. 300 were recognized as a victim, 110 saw their request not accepted. As another numbers you have to know is that the CIVEN registered 400 Polynesian claims since the beginning.
Pour l'association, chaque dossier de demande d'indemnisation constitué permet de dire à l'État, voilà, encore une famille qui souffre des essais nucléaires. Oui, une famille, parce que quand une personne développe un cancer, il n'y a pas qu'elle qui souffre, il y a le conjoint, les enfants. Et donc, c'est la famille entière qui souffre.
For each folder claim that we realize, we show to the state that, yes, it's another family who suffer from the cancer. Because when you have one person inside who suffer from a cancer, it's a whole family who suffer from this French nuclear test.
La loi d'indemnisation existe depuis 2010. Elle a subi des évolutions, mais pas suffisamment. Pour pouvoir prétendre à une demande d'indemnisation, il faut répondre à 3 conditions: de temps, de lieu, de maladie. Avoir séjourné donc en Polynésie française entre 2 juillet 66 et 31 décembre 98 et développer une des 23 maladies retenues comme radio-induites. Mais, depuis décembre 2018, l'État a introduit dans la loi un seuil dosimétrique de 1 millisievert, et ceci avec la collaboration de la sénatrice polynésienne.
To be recognized as a victim, as the law is existed since 2010, you need to have 3 criteria: criteria of times, criteria of where you were, and criteria of to have one of the 23 radio-induced disease. But since 2018, the states introduced a level of radiation, is the 1 millisievert. It was introduced by a Polynesian MPs.
Tout ça pour dire que si une loi existe, ce n'est pas si simple que ça pour que les familles obtiennent justement leur indemnisation. Et aujourd'hui, donc, on est face à un débat scientifique, parce que le CIVEN, sur la base d'études du CEA, de l'AIEA et de l'IRSN, arrive à dire de manière unilatérale, toi, tu as droit à l'indemnisation. Oui, parce que toi, ta maladie relève des essais nucléaires, mais toi, non. Donc, comment seulement ils peuvent le dire?
All of this to say that even if you have a law, it's not so easy to show that people were victims of French nuclear tests. Because today we are on a debate, on a scientific debate. As we know, the CIVEN decide by himself if these persons receive yes or no 1 or less than 1 millisieverts. And he based his study on the Atomic Energy Commission.
Et donc, pour conclure, voilà donc les réclamations, les revendications que formule l'association, aussi bien à l'échelon national que des doléances à l'international. Donc, national, une demande de pardon. Que l'État demande pardon au peuple polynésien, ça c'est un préalable. Des réformes profondes de la loi d'indemnisation, mais aussi, sous l'égide de l'ONU, que des études sur les maladies transgénérationnelles soient réalisées et aussi sur les conséquences environnementales. À l'échelon international, une demande d'aide sur l'aspect technique, scientifique, juridique et financier.
So this is our request at the national and international level. As we request for forgiveness from the French state to the Polynesian people, a profound reform regarding the law of compensations, we ask for study on the agendas of the United Nations, on the victim and rehabilitations, and we request international assistance from technical, scientific, judicial, and financial support.
Osons une paix sans armes nucléaires. Merci. Merci à tous pour votre conviction.
We need to have a peace without nuclear weapons. Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lena, for the very detailed account for the experiences, the people in Polynesia. And I think we should remember the final remarks by Lena about the request for international assistance, technically and financially, to solve the situation. And that can be carried out to the discussion of the meeting of state parties of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So let me just remind you that we are collecting questions online, as was instructed earlier. So now, Remy, please tell us what you have to say from your perspective after hearing all those stories.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Remy Zaiga from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. My country is one of the countries that own the Congo Basin rainforests. This forest is the world's second largest after the Amazon rainforest in Latin America. Please, allow me to ask a small question. Where do the material used directly or indirectly in the nuclear weapons industry come from? The raw material used directly or indirectly in the nuclear weapons industry are concentrated either in area where indigenous people or local community call their natural land. The exploitation of these minerals in some parts of the world by people or countries in power range from the violation of the indigenous people rights to the destruction of their environment and the local people driven from their natural land in the name of mining and deforestation. Nuclear weapons issue is an environmental issue because our forests and environment are destroyed in order to satisfy the nuclear industry. our forests are losing their ability to act directly as carbon sink. As a local community, our forest is our identity. We depend on the forest for everything: agriculture, livestock, traditional medicine, and clean water. As a young activist from the most affected community in the global south, we are already facing the impact of the climate crisis that we never created and the degradation of our natural land. I am raising awareness about the protection of the Congo Basin, which is the world's second lungs, because it plays a huge role to mitigate the climate crisis, raising awareness about the urgent need to respect the indigenous people's rights. By using their traditional knowledge from generation to generations, indigenous people protect 80% of biodiversity left in the world. Protecting local communities' rights will help to protect the planet than forcing them to leave their natural land in the name of mining, exploitation, logging, or trophy hunting. I take this opportunity to stand in solidarity with the Maasai people who right now are being driven from their natural land because of trophy hunting. Indigenous people around the world are losing their lives and are victims of death threats because they are trying to defend their ancestral land from destruction. I take also this opportunity to stand in solidarity with Dom and leader Dom from the Amazon rainforest and Bruno, who were right now killed in Amazon rainforest because they were trying to speak the truth about what is happening, illegal mining in Amazon. My country is currently a victim of war because of our natural resources. The war causes displacement of local population, lack of peace, violation of human rights, many cases of gender-based violence, and huge poverty. We must urgently act to save lives. Nuclear weapons, threats, and bombs do whereas the civilian population because they may be thrown at our homes, our schools, and our cities. They are a real threat to our future and our natural environment. The choice is ours, the world together. In which direction are we going to change the narrative? As not to follow into the same mistake as the past, because the nuclear past is too sad and painful. We must learn from the past to understand and estimate what is going to happen if we don't act now. A world free from nuclear weapons is possible. Time is now to end nuclear weapons. Let us do what is the best for the humanity. Join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the very powerful statement, Remy. I don't see many questions posted online yet, so you can do so, but the time is very limited. So let me just pose one question to you all. Maybe anyone can respond, but the situations of Nagasaki or Hiroshima or the US test site or in Polynesia or even the uranium site in Congo or wherever, the situations are generally hidden in normal cases. And scientists, mass media are always talking about, oh, it's okay, it's safe. There's no victim. That's a very typical discourse in the public, in the mainstream. How can you and can we stand against that kind of containment of information? Mary.
I'll start. The propaganda campaign around this has been so incredibly intense for decades. All governments lie, all governments cover up. I know in my country they didn't do the studies we really needed. I think all we can do is keep telling our stories and get scientists who have the hard data to share it, because there are studies out there. And we need to have those. We need to share them. And we need to let people know what happened to us. Because I can't tell you, even where so many people were affected in my own community, they don't know it. Like the vast majority of victims of nuclear testing will never know they are. So I think we have a responsibility to educate the media, to give all the interviews we can, to talk to filmmakers, because we have to tell this story or we will never, ever end the threat.
Thank you. Anyone want to follow? Lena, maybe?
Oui, donc par rapport à nous, dernièrement, donc depuis l'année dernière, il y a l'ouverture des archives qui a été prononcée par le président donc, de la France. Mais on dit aussi qu'est-ce qui est réellement déclassifié. Donc ça a permis tantôt, comme je le disais, à des chercheurs non français, Sébastien et Philippe, de faire des remodélisations. Effectivement, là, on voit que beaucoup de choses, que la réalité nous ont été cachées. Mais à côté de ça, dans la loi Morin, il y a un seuil de 1 millisievert qui a été introduit. Et là, même s'il y a eu des tirs atmosphériques, ils disent oui, mais toi, tu as eu 1 millisievert et toi, non. Peut-être tu traduis et après je poursuis.
In France, since last year, the archive of Polynesia are open. It was a decision made by Macron, but what we don't know is what is exactly declassified. And we asked Sébastien Philippe, so from the Princeton, to organize some modelization, because it's the best to see exactly where we were affected or not. Also, in the Morin law, which is the name of the ministers who create the French law, they introduce a level of millisievert, the 1 millisievert.
Et donc, avec ce millisievert, la loi dit, oui, mais il faut que la personne ait subi plus de 1 millisievert sur 12 mois. Donc, le premier jour du 13e mois, c'est comme si on avait un compteur en nous et ça ramenait à 0. Et c'est en ce sens que vraiment, on fait appel à l'international, on fait appel à des scientifiques. Parce que le débat est devenu scientifique. Sur l'aspect juridique au tribunal, on a un peu épuisé l'aspect juridique. Donc, comment justement dénoncer ces aspects scientifiques qui ne tiennent pas? Toi, tu as eu 1 millisievert, toi, tu as eu moins d'1 millisievert. Les personnes ne portaient pas de dosimètre.
So now that the Morin law introduced the concept of the 1 millisievert, and so the CIVEN decide which persons have it or have not, because they organize their actions on 12 months. It's like we have a counter that brings us back to 0 the 13 months. As you can imagine, people didn't have any information on them, any dosimeters to indicate if they have some radioactivities. So now we ask scientifics, because the fight is not anymore on the justice, the fight is scientific. We need to have more scientists who organize, help us to find some new data.
Thank you so much. And I really want to continue the conversation, but it's time that we have to close the session. And I got a question about the current status of Bikini Atoll of Marshall Islands, but I think there's another session later today and tomorrow with the participants from Marshall Islands, so you can talk to them. And also, before closing, let me remind you that there are 2 booklets available and downstairs in this hall. One is the report of the World Nuclear Survivors Forum, to which many of today's panelists participated the collection of the voices of the survivors of the use and tests of nuclear weapons. And the other is the recommendation from the Japanese civil society for the implementation of the Article 6 of the treaty on the victim assistance, drawing from the lessons from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I hope these will be helpful. And there will be many occasions today and tomorrow to talk to them and many other people coming from the communities affected by nuclear weapons from around the world. So, Kido-san, do you have anything to distribute?
はい、皆さんにお土産を持ってまいりました。これ禁止条約のしおりです。
I have brought actually today a gift for all of you. This is a bookmark of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons.
もし足らなかったら明日も持ってまいりますので。
If there's not enough for everyone today, I have plenty more, so I'll bring them tomorrow, but please come and take one of these.
それから一言だけ。はい。
And one thing I would like to share.
このパネルはちょっと貼っておきますので見てください。それと私はこのいろんなお話を聞いててね、本当に世界の皆さんに感謝の気持ちでいっぱいです。
And I also have some panels that we'll be displaying sometime during this week as well, so please come and take a look. But I'd just like to share in closing, hearing all of the speakers today, I'm just so moved and full of gratitude to people from all around the world here.
はい、私たちはね、内容的に大きく、とにかく一つは被爆者を絶対作ったらいかんと、私たちと同じような体験を世界の誰にもさせてはいけないというのが私たちの願いの一つです。
We are all here together with this shared will of the hibakusha to make sure that no one else anywhere in the world should have to experience what we nuclear survivors have. Nobody should have to suffer as we have ever again.
二つ目は人類を守るためには核兵器をなくすしかないということです。
The only way that we can protect humanity is by eliminating nuclear weapons.
で、三つ目は同じ過ちを繰り返してはいけない。国にあるいは原爆を投下したアメリカに私たちは謝罪とそれからお金を出せとは言ってません。アメリカに対しては自国の核兵器をまずなくしなさい。そして世界の核兵器をなくすための主導的役割を果たしなさいということを求めています。
And the third thing we are calling for is to ensure that the same mistake is never repeated anywhere again in the world. We as Hibakusha are not calling on the United States, which dropped the bomb. We are not asking for an apology and we are not asking for money. What we are asking of the United States is to get rid of their own nuclear weapons and then to take leadership for disarmament all around the world.
それで時間がありませんから、この願いをここまで進めてきたのは被爆者だけではありません。日本国民と世界の市民の皆さんと一緒に手を取って進んできたからここまで到達しているのです。本当にありがとうございました。感謝でいっぱいです。
And I don't have time to say everything that I would like to share, but I would just like to say that the reason we have reached where we are today is not just because of the hibakusha, but it is because of the citizens of Japan and of all around the world who have stand up, taken up hands together and achieved what we have reached today. And I am just full of gratitude to everybody.
So, thank you. Thank you everyone for the really powerful speeches. And right after closing this session, you will see a short video compiling the voices of Hibakusha who have given testimonies through Peace Boat Hibakusha project. And thank you so much for your kind attention so far. And please join me in thanking all the great speakers today and also the interpreters. Thank you so much. Thank you. Danke. Merci beaucoup. ありがとうございました。Thank you.
原爆を二度と落とさないでほしい。
当初の目標地が長崎市内の繁華街であったということは、無実の市民を無差別大量虐殺する
この世の地獄を体験した被爆者ですけれども、報復を叫んだことは一度もありません。
すごくかえって落ち込んじゃうんですよね、証言すると。
核兵器の恐ろしさを世界にアピールしていくことが我々被爆者に課せられた定めだと思っております。
核兵器がある限り事故は起こるのです。
やめさせることができるのも私たち人間なのです。私はやめさせる側の人間でありたいと思っています。
ウクライナをめぐる戦争の一時でも早く停戦を願います。そして被爆者の一人として核兵器が二度と使われないことを心から願っております。
I wish to spread awareness in India.
These survivors have deeply touched generations of people.
I'm glad he mentioned that Malaysia had ratified the PNW.
Por ayudarnos a entender, a pesar de la distancia y a pesar del tiempo transcurrido, algo que es importante.
Actually, she personally contributed to this historic nuclear ban treaty to become a reality.
I think the storytelling is really important and very impactful.
It's super valuable to have these stories to figure out how we can work together.
We can put pressure on our government to change that. So we all have a role to play.
Es una historia no pasada, sino presente, y todavía una de las amenazas más grandes que vivimos como humanidad.
Feel the similarity in what I've heard from my elders who survived the testing in the Marshall Islands.
Evitar este sufrimiento tiene que ser el objetivo principal del TEPAN.
I think we are going to see the change that is required from the bottom up.
2017年に国連で採択されることになります。その時はもう飛び上がる、涙が出るほど嬉しく思いました。
私は深夜にその事実を知り、亡くなった多くの先輩被爆者、指導者の顔が次から次へと浮かび、一人涙しました。
ICAN という世界中の若いリーダーたちが国連加盟国に訴えをしていった。
いかにして早く日本政府がこの条約に参加して批准してくれることができるかな。
使用してはいけないというだけでなくて、なくさないといけないという。
聞く方も話す方も、この勇気が世界を変えていくんだと私は信じています。
必ずこの核兵器廃絶は実現すると信じております。
核のない世界を作っていきましょう。皆さんこれからも力を貸してください。
You the one carry the next century. I trust you. I depend on you. I think you can make it.
Nós vamos traduzir, tá bom? Rika-san, yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias, Riga.
Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Wow. Thank you, Akira. Thank you, everyone on that panel. We are so grateful that you are here to tell your stories and then show such strength, because this is what nuclear weapons are. This is how nuclear weapons are harming people right now. And this is why we've banned them. Not only their use in war, but everything to do with them, possession, testing, stockpiling, production, everything to do with the life cycle of a nuclear weapon. That's what the TPNW is. And under Article 6 and 7, this is the first treaty to include obligations for states to assist affected communities. One thing we want to remind you about, I know there's a lot of people that are now ambling off to get food, and that's great. And we can set up some of the other programs that are about to start in the other stages. But while the speakers are on the stage, if you could make sure to keep your voices down, it's fine right now. but during the panels especially, people can really hear you talking, and so it's important that we keep our voices low. It's really distracting for the audience and also for the panelists. There are other spaces where you can have your conversations, like the colloquy hall. That's what colloquy means, a place to talk. I just want to also add that following on this panel we just had, there are going to be a lot of opportunities to meet and talk with representatives of affected communities throughout this weekend. There are several sessions on the effects of nuclear testing in the Pacific. There's a session to meet with Habaksha and hear their stories firsthand. There's even a conversation later today with Setsuko Thurlow, who's joining us remotely. Don't forget, just check your program. It's all listed there.
With the reminder being said, we still do want to hear from you, of course, and to hear what you're thinking and what you're feeling. So right now, we do want to try out the Slido, the tool that we talked to you about before. So for those who just joined in, you can take your phone or your browser, go to sli.do and enter the code Nuclear Ban Week.
Yeah, Nuclear Ban Week. Yeah.
Exactly. So this is how you'll be able to ask some questions and engage with the sessions. But right now we want to try out a poll just to see where people are joining us from. So which country are you joining from? It might take a couple of seconds because I hear there's hundreds of people on the live stream. Yeah, it's fantastic.
And if you're here in the audience, those that are left, please go to Slido as well. I know that the data connection is slow in the room, so it may take some time. Here we're getting some results. What country are you joining us from, Feline?
From Vienna, obviously.
Vienna the country.
Vienna the country, yeah. A lot of Austrians might think it's a country. You know, the capitals and the rest of the country.
How are we doing? We don't have a lot of...
I think everyone's from Fiji.
Well, good. We have a little warm-up session with the Slido.
Perfect.
We'll have some more questions that, people will be able to engage with later.
I do see a bit more in the back, though.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Australia, Ireland, Scotland, Chile.
Great.
Singapore. Oh, we actually have a little cloud there.
Great. And you see the word cloud showing most people are from Australia. That's what I take from that.
Great to see you, Australia. Hi.
Here we go, more. Well, great. This is great.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see how many people around the world are joining in and to see how many people across the globe care about this issue.
Yeah, and it really reflects the globalness of our campaign.
Exactly.
Too. Well, should we try another one?
Yeah, let's try.
Let's do another question. What's the second one? Okay, the second one here. Yeah, which country? Oh no, that's the which country. The second one is, have you ever? Is it going to come up? The good thing about when technology fails, I think, for those of us who work on this issue, as I'm often reminded by so many of my mentors in this campaign, is that our technology fails us all the time. Our humans fail us all the time. And at the end of the day, the command and control systems of nuclear weapons are technology and humans, and they both fail. And it's a good reminder all the time for us of why we need to make sure to abolish nuclear weapons. Okay, this is the word cloud. So we're doing the second question now. Okay, second question. Have you ever met someone impacted by nuclear weapons? 0 votes for everything. There's a yes, so 1 yes vote.
For those who are still in the room, you can also use your QR code to answer this question. Okay.
Some engagement, some engagement. This is a very legally charged question. The definition of what it is to be impacted is something that we're all working on and has a lot of significance in the context of the treaty, of course.
Well, what we do see is that most of people have actually met someone impacted. I think it's a good reminder of how human connection to people who were affected can be a driver for action.
I certainly hope that by the end of this weekend, it should be 100% yes. If it isn't, then I think we've screwed something up.
Yeah, let's maybe remind people about the program.
Sure, let's do that, yeah. Let's set up what's happening next. At the top of the hour, starting right now, actually. So there are a few sessions starting. In the Vienna hub, which you can also access if you're joining us remotely, we're going to have a session with Linda Günther, who is hosting a conversation entitled Nuclear Winter is Coming Closer, Maybe from the Eastern Flank, which will examine risks of the crisis in Eastern Europe, how it can become a regional and global humanitarian catastrophe if war involving nuclear-armed states erupts.
And then at the town hall, we have financial advisor Nick Cantrell, who will talk about how divestment is a key tactic in shutting down the nuclear industry, along with Josephine Lind, who will share her experiences in getting Swedish banks and pension funds to divest.
And then those are both at 12, starting now, 12 local time, so top of the hour. And then for those who are here in person, but 15 minutes after 12, at 12:15, we're going to have a program in the Colloquy Hall, which is 1 floor down, called the TPNW Sustainability Nexus, with the former Deputy Permanent Representative of Japan to the United Nations and others who are going to discuss the interconnectivity of nuclear weapons and sustainability.
So with this, let's take a short break. At 12:20 in this room, we will show a clip made by Brian Cowden for ICAN partner LabRats. So 12:20, I'll be back here with you guys. See you soon.
See you soon.
again, everyone. So as promised to you a couple of minutes ago, a short video from ICAN partner at LabRats in the UK. This film with testimonies of soldiers affected by British nuclear testing was put together by Brian Cowden, who's a writer and filmmaker and creator of Crossroads 2020. Crossroads 2020 is a multimedia platform to link the nuclear legacy to climate change, which are the two biggest issues challenging life on this planet. Have fun.
An American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima. We have spent more than $2 billion on the greatest scientific gamble in history, and we have won.
Since that time, all mankind has been struggling to escape from the darkening prospect of mass destruction.
The capability to respond with a level of power so great as to destroy the aggressor.
That it will deter any acts of aggression by any other nation or anyone else.
President Putin has ordered Russia's strategic nuclear forces to be placed on high alert.
Our mutual addiction to delusion.
We have one weapon alone that would destroy everything.
We have changed ourselves and every life form on this planet.
I thought I'd seen the end of the world.
Let's go back to what the world was like at the end of World War II.
The United States government now wants to turn this great destructive force into something good for mankind.
And we alone had the atomic weapon. But we didn't use this wealth and this power to bully.
The atomic bomb came to us as a power that we could not stand up to.
So what happened here, it's quite similar to violating somebody.
Every bone in my hand I could see as if I was stripped of flesh.
So many people in the world that are oblivious to the fact that these 9 countries did these nuclear weapons testing.
It is important for the world to know and learn about the experiences of the Marshallese people in terms of the nuclear weapon testing program here.
As a child, you hear the word Christmas and you think something nice, don't you?
Christmas Island.
It is a story which actually had a major impact on him mentally and physically, and it went on to have a major impact on my life.
Parce que j'aurais jamais imaginé que des pays envoient volontairement des hommes se faire tuer.
I guess he told me a lot of stuff, maybe knowing that someday the truth would come out.
They were simply human guinea pigs is what they were.
We're an experiment that they want hidden.
If we return these people back to their homeland, to their island, in a controlled environment, in a laboratory environment, we could look at the effects of radiation as it moves through the environment, through the food chain, and through the human body. We could do it in a long-term study.
Got these pigs from Missouri so that they could determine on ones that have a chance of surviving, like in a nuclear blast.
There were no words to describe in the Marshallese language what they were giving birth to.
My youngest daughter, at 11, she started to change features. We had to shave her twice a day.
Your testicles and you shrivel up. They make a it out of you.
We are taking every precaution to be certain that no man is injured in any way.
If there wasn't radiation there, why do we have to clean it up? Why did we have to spend 3 years removing 110,000 cubic yards of contaminated soil from the various islands, transporting them over to ruin?
The most important thing to fight for is complete abolition of nuclear weapons.
Il ne faut pas se faire absolument aucune illusion. Un jour ou l'autre,
possa servir.
We should get Nobel Peace Prize or some kind of prize to tell the world that we have sacrificed enough.
I live in the past, present, and future. And that's the way we should be making our decisions.
One of the areas that we want to work on is educating the world.
Everybody on stage who has lost a child, please, either through early death or miscarriage or anything.
Wow.
Introducing Speech-Alone, the most natural sounding text to speech.
That seems off topic. But that, I think, is exactly what we're here to learn about. And my goodness, what a chilling video that demonstrates, again, the true legacy of nuclear deterrence policies and nuclear weapons. Some of you might have noticed just last week that LabRats, who brought us that video, got to have a meeting with Prime Minister Boris Johnson. And in the article that I read about it, Boris Johnson's reaction and what he said in response to some of the things he was told there was mind-boggling for me. I remember there was something about him, the LabRats representatives, talking about Mar-a-Lago testing and him saying, where? And saying, the quote I have, "It's not something I've been educated about before. It's extraordinary," is what he said. I mean, he should be here. He should be at Austria's Humanitarian Impacts Conference on Monday. But he's not. We're here, though. And we've now had a few sessions about what nuclear weapons can do to a person, to a community. So now let's shift gears a little bit and start thinking about risks of use and likelihood of use. At the Vienna hub on the ground floor, they are in the middle of a panel about the risks of the crisis in Eastern Europe, how it can now escalate into a regional and global humanitarian catastrophe even further if the war expands to involve nuclear-armed states even more. And here on this stage, we are now pleased to welcome Dr. Patricia Lewis to the stage for a lightning talk on the reality of risk. Dr. Lewis is a physicist who heads the International Security Program at Chatham House and is the, still working? And is the research director for conflict, science, and transformation. She's going to talk about the likelihood of use of nuclear weapons and what's changing in the overall risk landscape. Patricia, thank you for doing this. Thank you for being here. The main stage is yours.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, everybody. I love it when technology goes wrong because it kind of illustrates some of the risks associated with nuclear weapons. So thanks, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being online. It's scary times, right? But scary times helps us sharpen focus, and it helps us set priorities. And I've got to use another hand. Nuclear weapons are fear-inducing. That's their purpose, weapons of terror. But so we have to look them in the eye, channel our inner Ukrainian, if you like, our courage, and unpack the risks and understand them so that we can deal with them. So how do we think about risk? What is it? What do we mean when we talk about risk? Risk is defined as impact times probability. And this is an equation that is used throughout the world to help us work out what the risks are, and importantly, to compare the risks as well across different sectors. So we've stuck with this formula all the way through, although it's not always helpful, and I'll go on to explain why. So we tend to categorize risk into high, medium, and low risk. But in the case of nuclear weapons, as is often the case, the impact of nuclear weapons is high, whatever the probability. And so this side of the equation dominates the whole answer. So the answer is that because impacts are so high, the risks associated with nuclear weapons are always high. So that's the first thing. Now, the other thing is that the range of impacts, the range of consequences, is actually quite well understood. We understand what happens when you detonate a nuclear weapon in terms of its yield, in terms of the height of detonation, in terms of the targets, in terms of the numbers of detonations, what happens under different weather conditions, and what are the range of responses to the use, the detonation of nuclear weapons. We understand it in the short term in terms of the blasts, the fires, the prompt radiation, and we understand it in the medium and longer term in terms of the fallout, the long-term radioactive debris, and nuclear winter and decades of famine. We understand all of that. The probabilities, however, are not well understood. We have what's called a fat tail problem in the sense that the probabilities of use, if you take it over decades, are obviously low, spread over that time. But the truth is, it would be better to say they're unknown. They're uncertain. And in crises, the risks change. It is not a simple risk equation that remains the same in peacetime and crisis. It changes dramatically in crisis. So what we've done in many organizations around the world, many academics, etc., is try to increase our knowledge of the probabilities or the likelihoods in crisis. And there have been a number of studies. I'm just going to mention a few of them, and I'm sorry because there's too many probably to mention altogether. But one of them in particular, by Eric Schlosser, of course, is Command and Control, which is mostly about accidents, and mostly about accidents not in crisis, so it's a particularly sobering read. There's a publication that we put out some years ago called Too Close to Comfort, in which we looked at 13 near use, that's deliberate use, near deliberate use, mostly due to miscalculation, misperception, misunderstanding. And we've recently put out another publication by Beza Unal and her team looking at uncertainty and complexity in nuclear decision-making. I'd really recommend to you as well Sergei Plokhy's work and his book Nuclear Folly, and he's done some subsequent publications, looks at the whole issue to do with nuclear weapon decision-making in crisis, and he's particularly good on what happened in the Cuban Missile Crisis and new information. And of course, Benoit Pelopidas's work on the unbearable lightness of luck, the role of luck in the fact that there have been no nuclear weapons detonations so far, should not be underestimated. There are many more that we need to add into that. And what we learn is, after every crisis, there's a tendency, it's a natural human tendency, to want to put it behind you, just as we're seeing now with COVID, and assume that everything worked fine. The whole system worked fine, nothing happened, nuclear deterrence prevailed, and there's nothing to worry about because we didn't have a nuclear detonation. However, when you actually look at the details, and when decades later you understand more about what happened as information comes out, you realize that luck was in fact a major factor, as was the psychology, as was the decision-making pathways, the individuals associated with those decisions. So much of it was dependent on chance, on luck. So, for example, we looked at the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis and the near-use scenarios that happened in those. Most of you know about them. But that information was not revealed for decades, 40 years, 50 years. In 1983, we had two major crises, the Petrov crisis and the Able Archer crisis, both of which took us really close to that edge of near-nuclear use. In 1995, we had the Black Brant crisis. That was not in time of conflict, though, and therefore the decision-making process is quite different, and we've looked at that. There's the Kargil crisis between India and Pakistan. And of course, in the last 10 years, we've had a number of scares over North Korea and what North Korea might do. And now we have the 2022 crisis with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the overt threat to use nuclear weapons. But let's just take a minute to recognize that deterrence relies on risk. It relies on a risk perception, and it relies on our understanding of risk. So that's true for all forms of deterrence. Nuclear deterrence relies on understanding of overwhelming existential risk. And it assumes that the threat, the consequences, the impacts are so high that this will in the end halt aggression and nuclear detonation will be prevented. And all of that may work in theory, and it may work in practice with rational actors, but does it work with irrational actors? Does it work with dictators? Does it work with despots? Does it work with people who don't see the world quite in that way? So my view is that despots and nuclear weapons are not a good mix. And I think that's one of the big problems that we're facing now, that the whole framework of thinking throughout the Cold War was based on a number of assumptions that no longer hold. So let's have a look at today. Now let's be clear what's happened. We've had a founding member of the United Nations invade a sovereign country, one of its neighbors. We've had a depository of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty threaten the overt threats to use nuclear weapons. Not to deter, but to instill fear, to compel, to make people's behavior bend to its own view of the world. Would Russia use nuclear weapons against Ukraine? There's been a lot of talk about that. Possibly, possibly not. Might they use nuclear weapons against NATO countries? I think there's a higher risk of that. We cannot rule it out. It's not impossible. They have said in certain cases that this is what they would do. And I think NATO states are very aware of that real possibility. And they are responding, I have to say, kudos to NATO states, they are responding responsibly in this case. But we're running extremely high risks at the moment. So to close off, having thought about risk quite a lot, and there's, I'm sure, many questions, and I'm happy to go into more details, I want you to just take a minute right now to imagine what might have happened if, in the 1990s, when there were many nuclear disarmament initiatives, when there was a new flowering of the end of the Cold War and relationships between the United States and Russia, just imagine for a minute that Russia and the United States had decided to eliminate all of their nuclear weapons, and over a period of some 10, 20 years, they had managed to achieve that. And that with them came along the other nuclear weapons possessors. We might not be in a situation of complete abolition now, but we would not be in the situation we are today. And what would this mean for today if we could imagine that that had happened in the 1990s? And don't forget, one of the reasons it didn't happen was that although all those treaties were put in place, it was felt that because of the new relationship, that Russia was no longer an enemy of the United States was no longer an enemy of Russia, and so there was no rush, there was no urgency. They could take their time. And unfortunately, it turns out that that was a window of opportunity that then closed. So had we got rid of nuclear weapons in the 90s, would we be in this mess now? Of course, we'd be in other messes, but would we be in this one right now? I think not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. The humanitarian disarmament movement has benefited tremendously from your insights and analysis. So thanks again for this daunting insights.
Oh, you want me off? Oh, sorry.
No worries.
What happens now? Now we're going
Yeah,
to...
actually, we're trying again the Slido.
Yes.
Because it didn't work that well earlier. So we try to connect with you again, with the people here in the room, but also those watching from home. There has been a lot of information presented so far, and we want to get some sense of what you're thinking. So open your Slido deck again. You can use your QR code at the back here. And we want to know from you, do you think nuclear weapons will be used? And then you can choose one of these answers. So in the next year, in the next 2 years, maybe in the next 10 years, probably in my lifetime, or you don't think they might be used. We're going to give you guys some seconds because I noticed maybe a little delay for people joining in the live stream.
Coming through, some answers. Well, I would ask you your answer, but I don't want to color the responses.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain.
I think having just listened to Patricia's presentation, it's clear enough to me that the likelihood of use is greater than 0 and greater than ever before. Deterrence relies on risk, is one of the quotes I just took from her presentation. And as long as the weapons exist and are considered essential by these governments that have them and intrinsic to these nuclear-armed states' military policies, the risk is always going to be present, and it's quite terrifying, especially when we add in the risk of miscalculation and mistake, which is something that we often talk about. I think we are coloring the results as they're coming in.
Yes, it does look like most people do believe that probably in their lifetime a nuclear weapon might be used. And that's the reason why we're all here. Try and do something about that.
Yeah, that's why we're here, to make not just the weapons illegal themselves, but also, in thinking about Patricia's presentation just now, threats to use nuclear weapons, unequivocally illegal through the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which is effectively to make deterrence also illegal. We increasingly understand that decision makers don't really understand what these weapons do. And that's our job now, is to help people understand. And I think...
Exactly, and coming to the stage now are some people who know what nuclear weapons are capable of and how they put everything at risk. Before we turn over, maybe just a point on program, we have at the Vienna Hub, at the top of the hour, the session In the Zone, the TPNW and the Middle East. In the town hall, we have a workshop on the connections between nuclear weapons and the environment. And then at 1:15 at the colloquy hall, we will have a chance to connect with second and third generation survivors and the ways their legacy is motivating them to resist nuclear weapons. So now I will hand it over to Gabriella Ersten, who is with the Swedish Peace and Arbitration Society. Gabriella, the main stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch. So we're going to continue the conversation about risks. This particular panel is called Risking Our Reality, to actually look a little bit further on what those risks actually mean for us, the people living on this planet, but also for the environment and the climate. With me, I have Ira Helfand, a medical doctor and the immediate past president of the IPPNW, the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, and also co-founder of the Physicians for Social Responsibility, the US. And I also have with me Irini Georgiou. Dr. Irini is a legal advisor at the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross Arms Unit, and has several years of experience in multilateral disarmament and negotiations, not the least with our baby, the TPNW, Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. We will also, at the end, have some questions from the audience. They've already told you about the platform, so if you're watching online, but also in this room, you write in your question in the platform. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome. So I'm going to start with you, Ira. Why is nuclear weapons an issue for medical doctors?
Well, I think that since the founding of our movement, the physicians' movement against nuclear war, it's been our assertion that nuclear weapons are primarily a medical problem. They're the greatest threat to public health that's ever existed, and we need to look at it that way. Too often the conversation internationally about nuclear weapons has been couched in terms of nuclear game war theory. It gets very abstract, very divorced from reality. And when you change the conversation, when you make the starting point what's actually going to happen to people if these weapons are used, you get a very different conversation, and you get a very different outcome. For decades, the nuclear powers had their negotiations, and they measured how many delivery systems they had and what they needed to blow up the other side and so on. When ICAN began its movement for the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, in cooperation with governments of Austria and Norway at the time and Mexico, we held conferences on the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons. We made the focus what will happen to people. And that was a real departure from the previous kinds of negotiations that had taken place. And it really made a huge difference in the conversation that developed.
Thank you. So you're talking about how IPPNW and also ICAN is changing how we talk about nuclear weapons to raise the risk. Could you tell us about some of those risks, the humanitarian, but also environmental risks?
Yeah, the previous speaker, Patricia Lewis, spoke about the possibility that nuclear weapons can be used. I think our message has to have three key threads to it. First, that nuclear war is possible. Because a lot of people just dismiss this out of hand. They think this is some, historical fiction from the 1980s. We need them to understand that nuclear war really can take place. Secondly, we need them to understand how catastrophic nuclear war is going to be. And then third, we need to give them the understanding that this is not what has to happen, that we have the power to get rid of these weapons. So let me talk about that second point for a minute. How bad is nuclear war going to be? And in some ways, many people think, well, this is kind of a silly thing to talk about. Everybody knows nuclear war is going to be terrible. But the fact of the matter is, most people don't begin to understand how bad nuclear war is going to be. Even most of us don't really get it in an important way. We've all seen the pictures of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and for many of us, that's our image of nuclear war. And these are important warnings of how catastrophic nuclear weapons can be, but they don't begin to prepare us for what would happen today. Because if there's a nuclear war, especially a large one between the US and Russia, it's not going to be one relatively small atomic bomb on one or two cities. It's going to be many weapons on many cities, and most of these weapons are going to be anywhere from 6 to about 50 times more powerful than the bombs that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So I find it helpful to use a model of a single very large explosion, a 20 megaton bomb. We actually used to have weapons this big in both the US and Soviet arsenals. We don't anymore. And in a war today, a major target like Moscow or New York or London would be hit with maybe 15 or 20 weapons, each of which would be about half a megaton. So the megatonnage involved in a 20 megaton bomb is a little bit higher. The destruction that I'm going to describe to you is actually less than we would see, because you cause more damage if you have a lot of explosions spread out over a large area. Within 1,000th of a second of the detonation of that bomb, a fireball would form, reaching out for 2 miles, 3 kilometers in every direction. Within this area, temperatures would approach the temperatures on the surface of the sun, and everything would be vaporized. The buildings, the trees, the people, the upper level of the earth itself would disappear. To a distance of 4 miles, 6 kilometers in every direction, the explosion would generate winds greater than 600 miles, 1,000 kilometers per hour. Mechanical forces of that sort destroy anything that human beings can build. To a distance of 6 miles, 9 kilometers in every direction, the heat would be so intense that automobiles would melt. And to a distance of 16 miles, 25 kilometers in every direction, the heat would still be so intense that everything flammable would burn. Paper, cloth, wood, plastic, gasoline, heating oil, it would all ignite. And over the next half hour, hundreds of thousands of fires would join together into a giant firestorm, 32 miles, 50 kilometers across, covering over 800 square miles. Within this entire area, the temperature would rise to 1400 degrees Fahrenheit, about 800 degrees centigrade. All of the oxygen would be consumed, and every living thing would die. In the case of New York, we're talking about 12 to 15 million people dead in a half an hour. In the case of Moscow, it's about 9 to 12 million people.
Thank you. Just a clarification before I have a question for Irene. You talk about kilotons when you talk about weapons. What is that? And can you maybe tell us what Hiroshima and Nagasaki were in order to compare and to get a better answer?
The bomb that destroyed Hiroshima was 15 kilotons, 15,000 tons of TNT equivalent. The Nagasaki bomb was a little bit bigger, about 20 to 22 kilotons, 22,000 tons. The weapons I was talking about was 20 megatons, 20 million tons, and these are weapons that are just much, much larger and much more destructive because of that.
Thank you. So Irene, I'm going to let you also talk about why nuclear weapon is an issue for the ICRC.
Thanks a lot for inviting me, first of all. Delighted to be here. So the ICRC as an organization has a mandate to protect and assist people affected by war and to uphold international humanitarian law, which is the law that regulates behavior in wartime. And as part of this law, there are also rules that regulate how weapons can be used and which weapons can be used and which cannot be used. So our role is to protect people from the consequences of weapons and to uphold the law. Now, what we saw when the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki was that nuclear weapons essentially defy every law and every morality. They are inhuman with catastrophic consequences. It is impossible to protect people from the use of these weapons, and it is almost impossible, not to say impossible, to use them in a way that respects the law. So nuclear weapons basically make it impossible to protect people against them and to uphold the basic principles of humanity and the basic rules that regulate behavior in wartime. And this is why the ICRC and the entire movement of the Red Cross and Red Crescent have been calling incessantly since 1945 for nuclear weapons to be abolished and to be completely eliminated.
Yes, thank you. And we heard Ira talking about the effects of nuclear war, maybe more the immediate effects. Could you tell us a little bit about the long-term effects of nuclear weapons?
So there's a lot that we know about the long-term effects of nuclear weapons, and that is quite terrifying. We know, for instance, that hospitals run by the Japanese Red Cross Society still to this day treat people affected by the detonation in 1945 or their descendants. So clearly the medical needs rising from exposure to nuclear radiation are really long-lasting, and they are also transgenerational, meaning that the genetic mutations, malignancies, the genetic damage caused by radiation can cross over to descendants of people who were exposed. So the illnesses and the damage caused is, in many cases, for those who do not die immediately or in the short term, chronic. And we also have seen birth deficiencies in Kazakhstan, in the Pacific, in Algeria, and elsewhere in communities that were affected by radiation, and obviously in Japan. On the environment, again, the contamination of soil, but particularly water courses, bodies of water, and the way the radiation travels through the food chain is also particularly long-lasting, and decontamination, and I can speak a bit more about that later on, is extremely difficult in some cases. And in many parts of the world, we see areas that decades after the nuclear tests happen are still contaminated and unsuited for habitation or agriculture. And for those of you who will be attending the meeting of states parties next week, we will have a side event where we will showcase with a short film the impact of nuclear tests on Algeria, as well as with a presentation from our youth representatives from Japan, the medical needs of so many people in Japan related to the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And of course, there are many studies also about the impact that even a limited nuclear confrontation would have on the climate, with a drop in temperatures, and the tremendous effects this would have on growing crops, on food security, shortening of growth of crops, leading potentially to worldwide famine. And just to finish with a point, there are also a lot of things that we don't know about the long-term impacts of nuclear radiation, and that is potentially even more terrifying. We don't know enough yet about the impacts on the reproductive system, about the differential impacts between the gendered impacts, so the way sex as a factor, or even age as a factor, changes how damaging radiation can be on children versus adults, on the female versus the male body, as well as the magnitude of the impact on communities that have been affected and the limits of the transgenerational impact. So there's a lot of unanswered questions still, and probably the scale of the long-term effects is even larger than what we imagine it to be today.
Thank you very much. So we've talked a lot about the humanitarian consequences here to people. Ara, could you tell us a little bit about the environmental and climate effects that a nuclear war in your scenario would mean?
Yeah. As Irini indicated, there are huge climate, in particular, impacts from the significant use of nuclear weapons. When I was talking before and described a single city, what happens to it, it's important for us to understand that if there's a nuclear war, it's not going to be just one city. The kind of destruction that I described is going to take place in every major city in Russia and the United States, and if NATO's involved in the war, most of the cities here in Europe. And not only is this going to kill enormous numbers of people promptly, I mean, the estimate is perhaps 200 to 300 million people dead in an afternoon. Not only is it going to completely destroy the economic infrastructure which everybody else in those countries depends on. You know, after a nuclear attack of this sort, there's not going to be an internet, there's not going to be an electric grid, there's not going to be a food distribution system, there's not going to be a public health system. Most of the survivors in the attacked countries are going to die in the months following the initial attack from starvation and radiation poisoning and epidemic disease. But even more important, more far-reaching, are the global climate effects. And many studies over the years have shown that in a large-scale war between the United States and Russia would put something like 150 million tons of soot in the upper atmosphere. This would drop temperatures across the planet an average of about 10 degrees centigrade, 18 degrees Fahrenheit. That's colder than the coldest moment of the last ice age, significantly colder. And these conditions would persist for a decade or more. And under these conditions, all of the ecosystems which have evolved since the end of the last ice age would collapse. There'd be no summer. Each year, especially the first 3 or 4 years, every single day, the temperature would drop below freezing for at least part of the day. And so all the ecosystems that depend on a sort of a temperate climate cycle would collapse. Food production would stop. And the vast majority of the human race would starve to death. And as Irini suggested, even a much more limited nuclear war, perhaps one that didn't involve the US and Russia, that involved India and Pakistan, would cause the same kind of climate disruption. Not quite as severe, but severe enough to cause terrible collapse in food production and widespread global famine.
Thank you. I have a stupid question. Donald Trump said at one time that because of climate, the temperature rising in our world, it would be somehow a good idea to use the nuclear weapons. I don't know how he thought this out, to actually decrease the temperature. What is your response to that?
Well, I'm not sure we should kill off most of the human race in our effort to drop the temperature a few degrees. And what we need to understand is that this is a transient effect. So after the war is over, the carbon dioxide would still be in the atmosphere and the Earth would just heat up again. So this is neither a practical nor even an actual solution to the climate crisis.
Well, thank you. We sorted that one out. Thank you. Irini, you talked a little bit about response to a potential nuclear war. Could you tell me a little bit more about that response and if it's possible for any organization or country or to actually prepare?
Sure. The short answer is no. It's not possible to respond adequately to the immediate and the longer-term needs of people who will be affected in the aftermath of the use of a nuclear weapon. And this we can tell with certainty, judging on the first hand based on what we saw in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, talking about weapons that are of a much lower yield than many of the weapons that are in modern arsenals today. And what we saw is that around 90% of the hospitals in the cities were destroyed immediately as a result of the explosion. About 80% of doctors, nurses, pharmacists were killed or gravely injured, so unable to function and assist anyone. Destruction of infrastructure on a tremendous scale meant there was no clean water, so impossible to disinfect wounds, epidemics, no medication, lack of basic supplies like bandages, and of course also lack of blood because there was a lack of donors. So many people, I think the estimates were around 80,000 immediately or almost immediately killed as a result of the explosion, and many more, of course, in the coming days and weeks succumbed to their injuries. So there was a lack of donors, lack of blood. Coupled with the lack of people available to assist, because they would also be exposed to radiation. So this meant that an effective response was almost impossible. Now, you say that was over 7 decades ago. The problem is that today, although the power of nuclear weapons and the technologies associated have developed significantly, our capacity on a national level, on the international level, our capacity to respond has not developed on an equal pace. So the severe nature of the injuries that Ira explained very well in the aftermath of a detonation, especially the burns and the radiation, the fact that many of these come silently at a longer term after they emerge, the damage can emerge at a later point. Also the fact that many of them are fatal, they cannot be reversed. The sheer influx of people, I spoke about 80,000 in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that will be in immediate need of medical attention, but also the many unknowns that still remain around the impact of radiation means that people cannot be treated adequately and effectively. As regards the environment, I believe it's the International Atomic Energy Agency who has cautioned against using the term decontamination when it comes to environment impacted by radiation, because decontamination may actually not even be possible. This is why we talk about remediation of the natural environment, which is different. It's extremely difficult to decontaminate water from radiation particles. It's also difficult, and certainly takes a long time, to re-establish the ecosystems that will be impacted by radiation. And the ICRC in the 2000s conducted a large study of our own capacity to respond in the event of a nuclear detonation, but also a study on the capacity of states and international organizations, and I believe the United Nations has also conducted similar studies, and the conclusion was that no, we do not have, on a national, international, but also in the humanitarian sector, effective capacity to respond adequately to the needs of people, and it is also unlikely that such capacity will be developed in the short and mid-term. We can, of course, build our capacities to respond to small-scale incidents when there is an accident, But if a nuclear weapon is actually used, and it's very unlikely that it will be just one nuclear weapon and it will stop there, then it will be impossible to respond. And this is why it is imperative to prevent that this ever happens. And this is where the prohibition of nuclear weapons is crucial as a step towards them finally, eventually being eliminated.
Thank you. Ira, let's go back to the environment and climate movement a little bit more. There was a big environmental conference in Stockholm 2 weeks ago, Stockholm Plus 50, a UN conference, and nuclear weapons wasn't mentioned at all, even though it's the original meeting that was in 1972 actually talked about nuclear weapons quite a bit. Why do you think that nuclear weapons and the risks have not been more talked about in the environment and climate movement and talks?
That's a great question, Gabriela. I think the problem that in the environmental movement and throughout society in general is that we just cannot believe that this could happen. And this is really one of the key tasks that we all have to address. Irene and I have just both given you a fair amount of data about what the medical consequences would be, but we know this intellectually. It's really hard to get your arms around this. I mean, you know, we all walked here today through this gorgeous city. We can't imagine this all being blown apart and being destroyed. We just can't believe it will happen. I give talks about this kind of material all the time. I know the details intimately. I know that nuclear war can happen. I know that it will be the end of civilization if it does. But at some level, I just don't believe it. And I think that's the real nub of the problem. We have to somehow or other, without driving ourselves crazy, accept that this is what's going to happen if we are not successful. And I think that's why it's not in the forefront of the environmental community's work, because they just don't think this is a real problem. And in fact, it's particularly important that we bring this message to the environmental, especially the climate activist community, because the climate crisis is one of the key drivers of risk in this situation. It's one of the key factors which increases the danger that we will actually have a nuclear war. As the climate crisis continues to unfold, there's going to be enormous pressure on societies all across the planet. And that's going to lead to increased conflict within countries. It's going to lead to enormous forced migration. It's going to lead to conflict between states. And if nuclear weapons are still on the table as these forces play out, the danger of nuclear war is going to be dramatically increased. So it's real important that we bring the message about nuclear war to the climate activist community. These two existential threats to human civilization are intimately linked together, and we need to draw out that connection.
Thank you. Irene, before we go to the questions from the audience, I would like you to maybe explain a little bit what kind of legal framework that we have at hand. Everyone knows about the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, so feel free to talk about that one as well, but also other legal frameworks that we have to protect civilians and the environment from nuclear weapons.
Sure, a lawyer's favorite question. So there are many different legal frameworks, and don't worry, I won't go through them all. We have international humanitarian law that I will speak to because it is the ICRC's, obviously, mandate. We have human rights law as well, with many human rights that we can all understand are violated as a result of nuclear detonation, the right to life, and many others. Not to go through them, we have environmental law as well, and the principle, the polluter pays, which is very relevant also in the aftermath of nuclear tests, but also of use. We have law of state responsibility that holds states accountable for what we call internationally wrongful acts, acts that violate international law. We have many nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation instruments, and of course the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which prohibits, among many other things, the use and testing of nuclear weapons. Now, on international humanitarian law regulates the use of weapons in wartime, right? In an armed conflict. And there are several rules here that are relevant when we talk about nuclear weapons, and all of them are almost with certainty violated when a nuclear weapon is used. And this is why the ICRC has said that it is extremely doubtful that any kind of use of a nuclear weapon would be done in accordance with the law. I will mention them briefly and explain why they are violated. First key principle is the principle of distinction. So this principle says that in an armed conflict, you can only attack military targets, soldiers, combatants, military objectives, never civilians or civilian objects. Now, this requires that you are using a weapon whose effects can be controlled in time and space. If the effects of the weapon cannot be controlled, think about radiation that spreads in the water, in the soil, with wind, across large distances, even across borders. Think of the fires that Ira mentioned earlier that spread uncontrollably. These effects cannot be controlled in time and space. As a result, the use of a nuclear weapon, especially in an area where there are civilians, like cities, or close to such areas, would violate the prohibition of indiscriminate attacks. And this is important because in nuclear doctrines, as far as we know, the main envisaged scenario of use of a nuclear weapon would be against major cities of the enemy, and that is the whole purpose of nuclear deterrence, right? It's a threat of large-scale destruction, not of using them, of wasting the nuclear warheads that are so expensive to produce and maintain, to use them out in the desert. No, they would be most likely used against a city. At least that is the core of nuclear deterrence. Then we have the principle of proportionality. The effects of using a weapon should not be excessive compared to the military advantage that you would get from using it. And if we think about all the short-term and long-term effects of a nuclear weapon use on people's health, on the environment, on future generations, on ecosystems, on climate, all of this makes it clear that it is very difficult for all of this damage on civilians to be proportionate to the military advantage. I mean, what kind of military advantage would justify destruction on such an enormous scale? There is another important rule that comes into play even when the weapon is used against militaries, and that is the rule that prohibits what we call superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering. That is suffering that goes beyond what is necessary to defeat the enemy. And the impacts of radiation, the cruel nature of the injuries caused, especially the burns, but also the impacts of radiation, immediate and over time, are very likely, if not certain, to violate this rule prohibiting unnecessary suffering, even if the weapon is used in a remote area, in a desert, out in the open seas against enemy soldiers, which is the argument that we sometimes get by nuclear weapon states. Oh no, we will never use them in a city, we will only use them far away. Even that would have a tremendous and almost certainly unlawful impact. And then there are rules, even within international humanitarian law, that protect the natural environment and that do not allow using a weapon that can be expected to cause widespread, long-term, and severe damage to the environment. And I think from what we went through earlier, it is clear that the impact of even a limited nuclear confrontation on the environment would be both severe as well as long-term and potentially widespread, given the spread of radiation over time, but also horizontally. So this is why, in our view, and in the view of obviously all the states who adopted the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, it is almost impossible to ever use them in a manner that complies with IHL. But of course, with that I'll close, the legal argument is, in a way, if you want, secondary, and I say this even as a lawyer. The primary issue here is not whether the law is violated, is that the use of these weapons will have catastrophic consequences, inhuman, immoral, unethical consequences, and there is no law or technicality or little window in our regulations that could ever justify such a use.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. So we have gotten a question from the audience that is related to this one. I'm just going to start with you, Irene. What does the nuclear arms state say when you bring this forward, both the humanitarian consequences, but also that nuclear weapons cannot be used in accordance to international law? What do they say?
So humanitarian consequences, I think every state, at least every state that is party to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, has already it's too late, but since 2010 acknowledged in an outcome document of the NPT review conference adopted by consensus that any use of nuclear weapons would have catastrophic humanitarian consequences. And this was also the reason why the Non-Proliferation Treaty was adopted in the first place, to prevent a nuclear war from ever happening. There has been some back and forth in recent years, but I would say that probably all the nuclear weapon states acknowledge the catastrophic consequences that would result from a nuclear detonation. When it comes to legal arguments, what they say is that there are some scenarios where nuclear weapons could be used in accordance with the law. And these are the scenarios that I mentioned: if they are used in a remote area away from civilians against a military target, if it's a small nuclear weapon, what is called a tactical nuclear weapon, so a low-yield weapon. And the argument goes that in such cases, international humanitarian law would not be violated because the effects would be limited and the target would not be civilian target. However, as I explained, even in those cases, first of all, it is impossible to prevent, or as far as I know, I'm not an expert, but it is almost impossible to prevent radiation from being carried by the wind or seeping into the soil and the waters and the fish, and then down the food chain and impacting civilians. Because when we talk about impact, it's not only the direct impact, it's also the indirect impact. That should also be considered when assessing the legality. And another very important thing that nuclear weapon states do not agree on: natural environment is also a civilian object. It is not a military target, right? So even if there are no people present, no civilians present, the natural environment will be impacted. That is a civilian object. So I think it is easy from a legal point of view to debunk these arguments about possible lawful use, but of course, not every state agrees with that interpretation. That is a reality.
Thank you. Ira, same question to you, but also just to, Irene was talking about tactical nuclear weapons, smaller nuclear weapons. Can you just tell us how big those small nuclear weapons are first, and then answer the question about what the nuclear weapon states say in response when you talk about humanitarian consequences?
Sure. Tactical nuclear weapons are not necessarily smaller. There are some that are as small as 0.3 of a kiloton, 300 pounds of TNT. But there are also weapons that are considered tactical because they're meant to be used on a battlefield as opposed to used against cities that are quite large, up to 100 kilotons, and possibly even larger. So we have to be careful with that. The idea that these are small weapons, what really distinguishes them is that they're meant to be used on a battlefield. I think in response to the fundamental question, the nuclear weapon states try to answer this in several ways. First, they try to claim that they would never intend to use their nuclear weapons, that they are only there to deter a nuclear attack by another state. This obviously isn't true. It's a fiction that they perpetuate. In the case of the United States, for example, the US has threatened to use nuclear weapons against non-nuclear states on numerous occasions, in addition to actually using them against Japan. The US threatened to use them against China during the Korean War, and again during the crisis over the islands in the Formosa Strait later in the 50s. The US planned to use nuclear weapons in Vietnam and was only deterred by the strength of the US anti-war movement. The US threatened to use nuclear weapons against Iraq in both the 1991 and 2003 wars. Russia has clearly threatened to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. So they don't have a real answer. I mean, they try to pretend that they would never use them, but at the same time, they actively plan to use them, and actually make threats to use them. And fortunately, at some point, if we don't do something about it, may go ahead and use them.
Thank you. Another question for you, Ira, is do you think that civil society organizations have done enough to raise the humanitarian consequences in the world? And what else could we do?
Well, I don't think we've been successful in our efforts yet, but I think we're trying. And it's not totally clear. This is the great question I think all of us face. Why is it that there is not an adequate understanding of the possibility of nuclear war and what a nuclear war would look like? In the 1980s, we were able to create that understanding, and there were millions of people who took political action because of that. We had the help of the popular culture. There were books, there were movies, there were songs about the danger of nuclear war. It was, the press covered the issue all the time. It was a pervasive concern. If you ask people what the big problems are today, preventing nuclear war was number 1 or number 2 on everybody's list. We have not yet been able to create that kind of climate. But I think that's simply the challenge before us. In 1978, just before the 1980 upsurge in understanding about nuclear war, we also had not succeeded yet, but we were able to change that over the next couple of years. And I think that we have made some substantial progress. Events, unfortunately, have conspired to make our work a little bit easier this year. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has put the issue of nuclear war back into people's minds again. But we need to figure out how to most creatively use our ability to speak to people, to write, to engage the media, to engage social media, and to try to get the popular culture again to address this question. And that's really, that's the bottom line. If we are not successful in that, we're not going to win this battle. So we really need to put all of our creative efforts at figuring out how to do a better job of getting out this message.
Great task for this weekend, talk about what else we can do. Irini, we've gotten a question if the ICRC or the Greater Red Cross movement has done any preparation for dealing with any potential use from Russia on nuclear weapons in Ukraine.
Yeah, an easy one. So, as I hinted at, we do have a team that works on preparedness for responding to what we call CBRN events, which are events that involve a small-scale release of chemical, radiological, biological, or nuclear material, or if you want, contamination. But so we do have preparedness measures and some capacity in place to respond to smaller scale CBRN events. For example, in Mosul, there was and elsewhere, there was a limited use of some chemical and toxin and radiological agents, sometimes as parts of conventional munitions. But for the kind of needs that would result from the use of an actual nuclear weapon, our capacity is not sufficient. And this I can say with certainty. As much as we build our capacity and improve our response mechanism, we would only be able to respond to a limited part of the needs of the people that would be generated from a nuclear explosion, at least in the immediate term. Because we also, as everyone else, have a duty to protect our staff from being exposed to radiation and dying immediately or in the midterm. So CBRN capacity preparedness, we have been working on that well before the conflict in Ukraine, because nuclear weapons are not, the risk of use of nuclear weapons did not emerge with the conflict in Ukraine. It's a long-standing risk. It simply has grown tremendously recently as a result of the conflict in Ukraine. But again, we are very far from being able to say with confidence that we would have the capacity to effectively respond.
Thank you. And the last question to Ira. Would the declaration of the no first use of nuclear weapons by the nuclear weapon states reduce the risk? And maybe also then explain what no first use declaration is?
Yeah, many people have advocated that we focus on getting the countries which have nuclear weapons to make a public pledge that they will not use nuclear weapons first. And I think it would be useful because part of what increases the risk of nuclear war is the fear amongst the nuclear powers that the other side might launch a surprise attack. And if there was some greater assurance that they did not need to face that possibility, the chance of an inadvertent use of nuclear weapons would be diminished. It's obviously a very inadequate approach. It's useful, a small step in the right direction, but it certainly doesn't take the place of our advocating for the TPNW. In the case of the conflict going on between Ukraine and Russia, IPPNW was involved in a statement with 17 other Nobel Peace Laureates, including ICAN, calling for NATO and Russia to make a pledge that they would not use nuclear weapons at all under any circumstances in this current conflict. And I think that would have been a very useful declaration to get from both NATO and Russia. Very significantly, neither NATO nor Russia has been willing to make that declaration. They have, neither side in this potential conflict has been willing to say publicly that they will not use nuclear weapons. And I think when we talk to NATO, when we talk to Russia, this is a point that we need to raise with them very strenuously. How can you expect the world to refrain from obtaining nuclear weapons, the other countries of the world, if you won't even promise not to use them?
Thank you very much. That's the end of the time that we have. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and experience. Thank you, everyone, for coming and listening.
Thank you, Gabrielle.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gabriella. Thanks, Ira and Irini. We're going to take a short break right now, and we'll be back on this stage, I think, in about 15 minutes for Terror and Impunity, Nuclear Weapons and the Ukraine Invasion with Terrell Starr. In the meantime, just the information that there's a virtual reality experience set up for you in the middle floor, so you might want to go and check this out. So see you back here in about 15 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. How are you doing? Sure is a lot going on. Quite a lot of programming, right? And what an important and historic moment we are in right now. And it's all a lot to absorb, I'm finding. I wish I could see everything in all the stages. Before we get started on this stage, I will tell you about what's happening right now on the other stages. First, all of this is at the 2 p.m. hour locally, so in 5 minutes. For those of you watching along remotely, you can also join on the Vienna hub at the top of the hour. We have Applying the TPNW to the World Today with Greta and Stuart. And then in the town hall, also on the ground floor, we have a session, How to Get Your Country to Join the TPNW, with 3 campaigners from 3 different regions, Lynette, Muhadi, and Maria Eugenia. Maria Eugenia actually is our key campaigner behind the TPNW's last ratification to come in. Just last week, we got our 62nd ratification from Guatemala, and we really have her to thank. So that's also a good session to check out. But now, here, I will set up for you what we're about to be joined by Terrell Starr. Terrell is an independent journalist based in Kiev, Ukraine, covering the Russo-Ukrainian war. Many people, including me, have been following him for quite a while, and we're really excited that he can join us. Terrell is the founder and the host of, yeah, come on up, Terrell. The founder and the host of the Black Diplomats podcast, where he covers geopolitical issues. He's been traveling throughout Eastern Europe these past months and was in Ukraine when Russia invaded in past February. At the end of Terrell's presentation, we're going to take some questions for him, again, through Slido. So get it up, get your Slido up. People who are here, remember, there's a QR code that'll link you to it. And if you're watching remotely, sli.do, and the code is Nuclear Ban Week. Okay, Terrell. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
The main stage is yours.
Yeah. How's everyone doing? First of all, I'm just really happy to be here. This is a very beautiful city. I came here a day early just to take in the sights and get a feel for it. And it's just Baroque, Baroque, Baroque everywhere, you know? And so, first of all, I just want to thank ICAN and for everyone just convening this conference, and to the crew to make this all possible. And most importantly, one of the things that you notice when you see the web page is all of the diversity of the speakers. So I think that the organizers, Beatrice, y'all did a wonderful job of really proving that, one, representation matters, but that we actually are capable of creating the policies to ensure that our world is safer. So that's just one thing that I wanted to note, and I want to shout out, yeah, that's important, because when we talk about these subjects, people look at us, particularly those who look like me and look like many of the people in this room, that we're not intelligent enough to have these conversations. And so we're proving that we, in fact, are. And also wanted to, some people that are in the audience, Tina, my close friend of mine, she's from Ukraine, she's right there. And so one of my best friends, I'm really happy that she was able to come from France. Like many other people who are impacted by the war, by the invasion in Ukraine, she, like many other folks, had to flee to Europe in order to escape the violence there. And I'm really happy that she was able to attend. And there's Emma, forgive me for not remembering your last name. She's president of a Plowshares Fund, and she's also in the audience, and they've been very supportive of my work, so I wanted to thank them as well. And so what I'm talking about is the war in Ukraine, and so often when we talk about the war and talking about the threat of nuclear weapons, there's this very wonky kind of pink champagne dinner room conversations with, you know, usually a bunch of white men who think that they're too smart for the rest of us to really have these conversations, and they talk to themselves, and none of the importance of why this stuff matters is translated to us, because so often they're in their kind of little bubbles and not able to really break it down to us because, quite frankly, they don't want to. And so that kind of comes down to me. How did a black guy that was born and raised in Detroit, which is the largest black city in America, who went to all black schools in Detroit, Michigan, who went to a historically black college in Little Rock, Arkansas, find himself, and not only that, too, somebody who grew up in incredible poverty, find himself on the stage in Vienna talking about Ukraine, where they don't have an indigenous, or they don't, where basically where it's not a whole bunch of black people there, but also talking about these issues of nuclear weapons, where we're often shut out of this conversation, and talking about how all these pieces matter. So, you know, before I talk to you about how I really got into this field, how I became, developed my expertise in Russia, and from there moved in Russia and Ukraine, and then moving on into nuclear weapons, I'll just get to the news peg about being in Ukraine. So, interestingly enough, I was in Ukraine, and by the way, I was there in 2009 after I finished my graduate studies and went there as a Fulbright scholar. But I was in Ukraine in January of this year to start a tourism business, of all things, right? Bringing more people from America to Ukraine. Obviously, I'm going to have to put those plans on hold, you know, for many unfortunate reasons. But, you know, war and dealing with violence is hell. It's pure, unadulterated hell, and it's something that no human being should ever experience. On February 24th, me and millions of other people in Ukraine woke up to explosions. And when you're in that situation, you pretty much pray that a cruise missile doesn't hit you. And you also hope that you're able to keep your mind. One of the first things that happens to a civilian in these situations is you lose your faculties in many respects. You go into shock. One of the first feelings that I had during this war, beyond during the reporting, was, am I going to make it out alive? And you feel like you're floating. You hear these explosions, you think about your friends, you think about your family. Over the first few days, your friends text you in the morning, not by saying good morning, but are you alive? This war, for me, was not one where I was a journalist that was coming from CNN or any of the other major networks, helicoptering in and doing a story, staying for 2 to 3 weeks or a month, and then eventually going back home to my cozy environment here back in the States. I had been in this country for more than 10 years, and these were my friends who I considered family. And you also wonder, is everyone going to be alive? Is everyone alive? And so there was a very personal state that I had when I was covering what was happening in Ukraine. But there was something more troubling that happened before this war started. And for many people who don't understand Russian at any level, perhaps this may not really hit you, but it was the way in which Russian President Vladimir Putin spoke about Ukrainians. When I talk about Russia-US relations or Russia-Ukraine relations back home, I'll have to be very direct with you. First, a lot of people are surprised to see a black person actually coming with the expertise, and the first thing they ask me, hey, how did you get there? But beyond that, they want me to break it down for them, and they say, well, Russians and Ukrainians, aren't they like brothers? Aren't they the same group of people? And so for a lot of the American population, these are just two, quote unquote, two different types of white people going at each other. And in America, we think that all white people get along, you know? And what was really interesting about those conversations was that I was able to draw on my own experience of being a black person who deals with oppression in my own country and understanding the experiences of the Polish immigrant, of the Jewish immigrant, and how the racial structure was established in our own country. And that really helped me to understand the racialification of how Putin viewed his neighbors in Georgia and Ukraine and the Baltics and elsewhere. And so as I was explaining to American audiences about what Putin was saying, it shocked them. So for example, and this really gets back to the point of why we all are here and why all the pieces matter. It's a phrase from one of my favorite all-time television shows, The Wire. And Detective Friedman said all the pieces matter when he was talking about connecting crime to the street and to politics. And one of the first things that Putin started doing was he started denigrating Ukrainians. Your country does not exist. It should not exist. He referred to Crimean Tatars, which is a minority Muslim population, as Islamic terrorists. He wasn't even trying to hide his disdain for the Ukrainian people. He started last summer with an ahistorical analysis of Russian-Ukrainian relations, all of which was done to erase the essence of who Ukrainians are as human beings. So of course, after a few days in which the Russian military wasn't able to occupy Kyiv and take over the government, and they weren't viewed as liberators by the Ukrainian people, naturally, Putin said that we have to consider the use of nuclear weapons, or more specifically, tactical nukes, as if there's something tactical about a nuclear warhead with anywhere from 20 to 30 kilotons of yield, but another story. There's a point to that. If your country doesn't exist, what does it mean for me to threaten to nuke you out of existence? And I think that gets back to the core issue of why this is so important, is that in a world in which you have a leader like President Putin, and there are many other leaders who exist, who do terrible things, but we're talking about the Ukraine war right now, is that anytime someone views their foreign policy through colonialism, there's no weapon that person will take off the table in order to achieve their goals. If you look around much of eastern Ukraine, for example, you see that the artillery, Mariupol, for example, parts of Kharkiv region, other regions in the east, they're just pretty much being reduced to rubble. If you feel that these lands belong to you, you feel you can destroy them however you wish. And when you think about nuclear weapons, it's not only a matter of the destruction that they cause. There's a privilege behind it. There's no irony in the fact that most of the countries around the world that are considered nuclear powers have a colonial past and present. That's a fact. But one of the things that this threat did in Ukraine was that it added further fear and anxiety. Just imagine every day on your television screen, you hear one of the most powerful leaders in the world not only say you don't exist, but if you do not bow down to us, we'll nuke you. And so for me, being in that environment, what I really learned was that, there are several things that happened. The families were displaced. People who were just going about their day-to-day lives. All of a sudden, husbands had to stay and fight. Women and children had to flee the country. And so families were completely torn apart, and it was my first time experiencing that. And I really, for me, even with all the challenges of being a Black American in the United States, that was a very difficult thing for me to view, especially that many of these people were my own friends. And many of you saw me with a friend, Andre, take people back and forth from Kyiv and other places to the border. Not only though does violence and the threat of violence create destruction, the lead up creates chaos, it tears away families, and some of those families will be left with trauma and shock for the rest of their lives. And so, as I started talking to the American people about what I saw, I started connecting the pieces. Essentially, what nuclear power states like Russia does is that they do something that I haven't experienced within America. It's called redlining, where you're politically, economically, and socially written out of any power whatsoever, or very little of it. It happens across the United States of America. It happened in the past. It happens in the present. Putin is essentially doing the same thing to Ukraine. Different situations, different groups of people, but it's the same abuse of power. And you have somebody with nuclear weapons who's deciding that if my conventional military doesn't work, I will use my conventional weapons to beat you into submission. This not only impacts Ukraine, it impacts the rest of the world. We all saw that Biden said that there will be a swift response if Russia dares to use tactical nukes. Why should this all matter to us, though, right? And to those who are online, why should you care? People often ask me, I work a lot in Black media, why should Black people care? Why should anyone else care? The first thing I say is that, for whatever reason, if Putin decides to launch an ICBM into the United States of America, if he feels that NATO is a threat, they're not going to say, well, you know what, though, y'all Black, we just going to leave y'all alone. Nuclear weapons don't work like that. Or if you're a Latinx person, or if you are from the, wherever you're from, nukes do not discriminate. And so one of the main things that I know about my role and why it's so important is, and why representation in this field matters, is that so often we have been shut out of these conversations that we ourselves have convinced each other that we don't belong. And I can tell you, as a person that grew up dirt poor in Detroit, who had no access to privilege whatsoever, and finally am in these tables as a foreign correspondent and as a national political reporter at the highest levels, those men, who are usually white men, who in their very kind of sarcastic ways that I've experienced and many people in this room have probably experienced, who kind of tell you that maybe you don't know anything or maybe you don't really get the issues, I can tell you from firsthand experience that they're not that bright. They have exposure, they have good old boy networks that put them in the room, but they're no smarter than you. And what I try to prove every day is that our experience matters. Nuclear weapons discussions and the importance of us being in the room comes from our experience by simply saying that we don't want them here. We don't have to be a physicist. We don't have to be at the highest levels of government to justify our space in the room. And that's why I have to repeat that I'm happy that everyone is here, because you're entitled to being here. It is your human right to be here. So I'll give you all a little bit before I close out about how I got into nuclear weapons journalism. After the election of Donald Trump, whose name I'll only repeat once, a military site reached out to me that was connected to a site called Gawker, which no longer exists. reached out to me and said, Terrell, we like your international experiences. We like your perspective. Please write about the military for us. I had never written about the military. And so I said, okay, I thought it would be fun, stretch out, get out of my comfort zones. And so I started writing about platforms like the F-16 and, you know, Abrams tanks, all these things. And I started looking at, okay, this costs $50 million, this costs $100 million, and there is a modernization that was approved under the Obama administration for $1 trillion. Meanwhile, for some reason, you know, people back in my hometown are sick and they can't have health care, but okay. And then one of the things I didn't know, and I was totally unprepared for, was that there is a geeky culture around the gear and the mechanics of military platforms. And that people looked at tanks and fighter jets like they were fixing their own cars or something. No disrespect, but I just found that to be kind of weird and gross, and here's why. I was really, the more I learned about military and its usage, and mostly who had the most powerful militaries, who controls them, and also nuclear weapons, the more that I was shocked and really just, I was shocked and I was horrified by them. And I said, oh my God, these things should not exist. And the more I started writing about this, the more the audience, which was used to somebody that was really kind of had a fetish for these platforms, the more they turned against me. I said, maybe I should not be in this particular space where I'm just writing about the mechanics of these platforms, and started focusing more on why they shouldn't exist. Long story short, I was transferred to the political division in my company, and I covered national and local elections. But I never stopped writing about nuclear weapons, in fact. I became fascinated with them. I became fascinated with the physics, the science, the whole 9 yards. And what I learned was that for each use or the threat of them, they came from some state that has some kind of colonial history and past, or where these weapons were tested, the Marshall Islands being the main example, they were the most marginalized people. And I started asking myself, why don't people from the Marshall Islands and people from Kazakhstan, people from the places that are most impacted by violence, be at the front, be at the head of the room discussing this? And so one of the lessons that I've learned as a journalist, whether it's covering war in Ukraine or writing about nuclear weapons and why treaties and why various treaties should be implemented, why New START needs to be renegotiated when the time comes, is that when we think about the pathology of violence, the people who administer it don't look like me, and the people who suffer from its use, from its testing, often do. And so I started really getting passionate about tweeting about it, doing Twitter spaces about it, writing op-eds about it. And I ran into some opposition from people who essentially told me that I don't know all the facts, I don't know all the issues. And so you started seeing this whole dynamic where people were saying that, Terrell, maybe you don't know what you're talking about, and there is some resentment there. And that usually discourages people because they don't have the institutional support to go down the path that's righteous. And Cornel West says this often, that basically the righteous path is the most difficult one. And when I started writing about Ukraine, when I talked about colonialism and the racism of Putin, there are a lot of people in the field who told me that I was speaking gibberish. Interestingly enough, when Putin literally said that Ukraine should not exist, and when he starts comparing himself to the great Russian rulers of the past, everything that I said 6 years ago makes sense. But here's the thing, it wasn't just me that knew this, we all knew it. But we've been so disempowered by these structures that beat us down and tell us that we don't have a place, that unfortunately many of us believe it. And that's no different when you're covering local politics, where people who are most affected by decisions don't feel that they are empowered to correct the wrongs of their society in which they live. And I'm very happy to be here and to remind all of us that we, in fact, do have that power. We do, in fact, have the capacity with our experiences to translate the world for ourselves, to empower each other with the knowledge so as to make better choices about the world in which we live. Because there will be people in this room who will decide the fate of our country, decide the fate of the communities in which we live. And so I leave you with these encouraging words that everything that you want, the world that we believe in, is possible, and that we are capable of executing all the goals of a nuclear-free world. Thank you all very much, and I'll be open to your questions at this time.
Thanks so much, Terrell. What an incredible and humbling story that you told right now about your experience in the Ukraine. And I'm sure that the audience has a lot of questions for you.
Yeah.
I see that some are already coming in, and I'm gonna head right to the first question, which is, how did Ukrainians react to the nuclear threat in your perception? Did it make a difference to them, or was the horrors of conventional war so overwhelming that it didn't add any extra fear?
Oh, thank you for that question. So in regards to how Ukrainians responded to Putin's threat of nuclear war, it was two-pronged. So they were equally terrified because they've been living with these threats for years. And one of the things that Western audiences, particularly audiences that are not really keeping up with Russian language news, is that this is not the first time that Russia has threatened to use nuclear weapons towards Ukrainians. Again, it just doesn't start with the nuclear weapons, it's the degradation as human beings that they have experienced. And so if you go to Dmitry Medvedev's telegram, he literally speaks about Ukrainians as if they're roaches. We need to exterminate them. They don't exist. So it doesn't matter the method that he threatens on his telegram or any other platform. During the time that I was there, the conventional war, pretty much munitions, cruise missiles, Iskander missiles, et cetera, were their primary threats because that's what they were being impacted by. I could tell you that I myself, when I was covering issues with the Territorial Defense Unit, there were a few times where I barely missed air-to-ground missiles. In one instance, the only reason why I wasn't in a location where a MiG-29 hit our location was because I had forgotten something back at my apartment with Andre. We went back and then returned, and as we were approaching our checkpoint, the missile hit. And we were roughly about 200 meters away, or maybe less. But if we had not left, I likely would have been hit. And as you all know, anybody who knows anything about war, a lot of times it's not the blasts that hit you, it's the shrapnel. And so I was there covering that. And so definitely, as far as nuclear weapons go, they were equally terrified by it. And so the real question was, which one is going to hit us first? And so that was always something that people thought about.
Wow, what a terrifying experience, and we're grateful to have this insight. And everything you said, I think for me, well, let's look at another question here. Because, oh yes, this question sort of speaks to what I was thinking about and your framing around colonialism and the impunity of colonialism is actually something we're going to set up our next panel quite well, in fact, but that you set up so starkly for us. And also the parallels between Russia and the US in their perception of who they are threatening and who are the targets. And so I see this question here is very on point with this. Could you talk a little bit more about the colonialism issue? And how are people reacting to that? Is it different for younger people and older people? I suppose they mean in Ukraine.
Yeah, that's a good question. So a basic rundown of colonialism. One thing that a lot of Americans in DC hate when I talk about is when I compare America and Russia. We're going to cut past the BS. America and Russia have imperial past and imperial presence. It's just a fact, okay? And so I'm not going to be the American that comes and speak about Russia and not critique our own, America's own complicity in world violence, right? There are differences, but they both are imperial nations. Now, talking about the colonialism element of it, it's important to note that with Ukraine, when you think about the colonization of Ukraine, it started with Catherine the Great, right? Moved in, and then with Crimea during the late 1780s, Crimea, which was a majority Muslim region, and then after Catherine the Great's reign, Russians were repopulated to this region as well as to the east of Ukraine. Another important factor is that much of Pale of Settlement, which is where Catherine the Great settled Jews over, through racist policies, was Ukraine. So Ukraine is exhibit A of a colonized state, right? And so another thing about Russia is that it has what you call its own internalized colonization. Russia is the largest landmass country in the world, but when you think about Siberia, which everyone associates with Russia, it's not indigenous Russian land. It was indigenous people who were conquered through genocide, much how America committed genocide against its own indigenous people. The histories are connected here. They're very much connected. And so what I do with that is I draw parallels so that we can understand each other, and that if we really want to do some real internal truths, we have to ask ourselves this: why is it that power has to be conducted through hierarchies, and why can't we think more about the plurality of power? Plurality meaning that we all have equal stakes because no one should be dominating over anyone. And what is it in human nature that really makes us feel like we have the right to use force and violence to commit those causes? And both countries have a history of that, and I bring those together and draw similarities so that we can figure out solutions of how we can better move on from that frame of thought to more plurality.
Thanks so much, Terrell. I think looking at the time, we're not going to take any more questions, but Terrell is also going to be around tomorrow on the program at 1 p.m. at the Vienna Hub, so we'll have even more opportunity to ask questions then. Thanks so much, and I think with this I'll hand it over to Seth for our next session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terrell. So before we get to our next session, I just want to quickly remind those that are interested that in the Vienna Hub, we now have TPNW in action, victim assistance and environmental remediation, with some of the key people who have been working on the positive obligations in the TPNW. And then in the town hall, also at the top of the hour, this is 3 p.m. local time, so it'll start during this next session here. At the town hall, we're going to have a workshop, ICAN work with the media. But here, okay, we're going to continue to talk about exploitation and colonialism. And Terrell's conversation set this up so well. One of the things I wrote down from what he said, anytime someone views their foreign policy through colonialism, there is no weapon that is off the table. That hit me pretty hard. Because when it comes to public discussions about nuclear weapons, we're always hearing about the nuclear armed states. Why do they have them? Why do they think they need them? What would it take for them to give it up? How does it play into their security policy? Why are we ignoring the rest of the world, the vast majority of the world in these conversations that fully rejects these weapons? And why is that happening in so many of these conversations? So, to help us see the connection between nuclear weapons and issues like race, colonialism, economic, social exploitation, we're bringing on the next panel, a perfect group of experts. to talk weapons-grade colonialism. This conversation is going to be led by Maria Pia Devoto. Pia is the director of the Argentinian organization, Association for Public Policies. She's a specialist in international security and nonproliferation and coordinator of the Latin American and Caribbean Human Security Network, CELAC. Hi, Pia. Yeah, I know. Well, it's all yours.
Hi, hello everyone. Sorry, I have a lot of things with me. And good afternoon, everyone. So it's really great to have all of you here today. So this session will explore the many dimensions of power, violence, and injustice that nuclear weapons manifest and mobilize: racial, patriarchal, capitalist, hegemonic, and ecological, and where and how to organize opposition. So this is really huge, and I think that it's impossible to address in 45 minutes, or maybe in lifetime. So what we agree with this great panelist is to have try to narrow a bit the discussion, try to have really very short presentations so you from the audience can share your thought and ask your questions. So I want to ask you and also you to start to think about this, your reflection on the relation between nuclear weapons and colonialism or other dimensions that we talked before. And also, how do you see other systems of repression? What people are struggling against? And before to start, there is a sentence that I love that starts the working paper made by Ray Ackelson, published by the University of Princeton, that says, to refuse nuclear weapons, we have to refuse much more than nuclear weapons. So I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves, and I'm going to start with Vincent. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you guys for being here. My name is Vincent Antandi. I'm a history professor at Montgomery College in Tacoma Park, Maryland, and director of our Institute for Race, Justice, and Civic Engagement. My research focuses on the intersection of race and nuclear weapons, and I'm author of the book African Americans Against the Bomb. And as our moderator mentioned, we're going to try to keep these comments brief so that we can have a rich and lively discussion here. Uncivilized. They're not Christian, and they're biologically inferior. These were the justifications that Europeans and Americans used for the slave trade. See, if you're going to kidnap millions of people for hundreds of years, separate them from their families, to beat them, to rape them, to burn them alive, and to kill them, all for the sole purpose of making millions upon millions of dollars, you can't do it if they're human beings. You can't do it if they're mothers and fathers and sons and daughters. They need to be something else. So we created an other. We created something subhuman. We created racism to justify our economic system. And this has continued with people of color. In the United States, when you make that jump and you are no longer saying that undocumented people are human beings, that they're aliens, now they're no longer human. So it makes it easier to say, execute them all on the border, put children in cages, because they're not really children. When we're shown images in the Middle East, are we shown pictures of students and mothers and fathers and sons and daughters? No. They find the most bombastic image they can find, somebody in a hijab screaming Allah Akbar, so the translation is they don't look like us or talk like us or smell like us, so therefore the translation is not really one of us. So it's easier to say use nuclear weapons in the Middle East. And this was no different with Japan. A week after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Gallup ran a poll in the United States in which 85% of the American public agreed with Truman's decision to use nuclear weapons. 22% of the American public wished that Japan hadn't surrendered so we could have dropped more nuclear weapons and killed more people. And this was because we had a genocidal race hatred against the people of Japan that is unprecedented in our country's history. Because we weren't actually using atomic weapons on mothers and fathers and sons and daughters. No, every image was of yellow monkeys and vermin, cockroaches. So they needed to be exterminated. So this is not new. So I don't know how you can separate race from nuclear weapons. When you look at nuclear testing, as Terrell mentioned, in Kazakhstan, when we look at indigenous lands, Native Americans, the Marshall Islands, French Polynesia, Australian Aborigines, when we look at uranium mining in the Congo and indigenous lands, when we look at production and the racism that went on at Hanford, in the Savannah River Project, in Oak Ridge. Just last week, there was a noose found in Oak Ridge. And then, of course, use. You know, isn't it ironic that some of the biggest nuclear powers, the United States, France, Great Britain, have a history with slavery, and Russia with internal slavery? You know, one of the threads that makes colonialism and racism and nuclear weapons connected is that all three have an utter contempt for other people's lives, especially black lives. And so, when you think about the meaning of this week, the TPNW, this forum, I think of Ralph Ellison, the great writer, who in Invisible Man, his seminal work, cuts right to the chase. Third line of the book, I'm invisible, you see, because you choose not to see me. That these lives have been made to be expendable. We ignore them, they're invisible. And what this week, with the Global South championing the TPNW, what this forum shows is that we will no longer ignore those voices. No longer ignore what nuclear weapons have done to people of color. That we are going to make the invisible visible. That they will be in this room, they will be in these spaces, and that it's time for these voices to finally be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. So now I want to give the floor to Betty, please.
Thank you so much. I am Betty from the Marshall Islands and the Federated States of Micronesia with roots in Hawaii and Fiji. I am the president of MISA for the Pacific and interning ecumenical enabler at the Pacific Conference of Churches. Today, I would like to share my reflections on nuclear-grade colonialism from the perspective of a Pacific daughter. After the Hiroshima bombing, US President Harry Truman said about nuclear weapons, "It is a terrible weapon and it should not be used on innocent men, women, and children." Yet 1 year later, the US government went ahead and began testing nuclear weapons in the Marshall Islands. On March 1st, 1954, the largest of these tests, codenamed Castle Bravo, which was 1,000 times the size of the Hiroshima bomb, was detonated on Bikini Atoll. The fallout from Bravo spread to the neighboring atolls, which were not evacuated, especially Rongelap Atoll. Ashes spread into their homes and onto everything, including their drinking water. Children played in it as if it was snow and washed their hair with it like shampoo. Years after these horrific tests, declassified documents about the US testing in the Marshall Islands uncovered an experiment called Project 4.1, in which the impacts of nuclear fallout on the Rongelap people were studied without their knowledge or consent. The documents surrounding this project have included many belittling remarks about my people, comparing them to mice, and even saying that leaving the people of Rongelap on the atoll would, quote, afford valuable radiation data on human beings, unquote. The evidence of the lack of ethical consideration or regard for the Marshallese people, their health, and their human rights is indisputable. Essentially, our people were lied to and used as guinea pigs for human experiments. The impacts of these tests were a nightmare for the Rongalapis, yet the US downplayed them when reporting to the public. Sharing about the test in Kiritimati Atoll, a friend of mine from Fiji talked about his grandfather's experience as a Fijian serviceman in the British Army. He shared how Fijians were unknowingly exposed to nuclear radiation. They were given little protection from radiation and made to perform jobs that British soldiers didn't want to do, such as dumping nuclear waste. While the UK soldiers have received compensation, the Fijians have not. Suri Kiritome, a native of Kiritimati, shared how her people were invited to the boat deck to observe the blasts from the test in Kiribati. She said, "We saw everyone on deck wearing protective clothes. We were wearing normal clothes." After the testing in the Marshall Islands, the US has stored waste from tests done in our islands and Nevada on Enewetak Atoll, in what is known as the Runit Dome. The threat of rising sea levels due to climate change will cause this dome to leak radioactive waste into our ocean, threatening our maritime resources and livelihood. There is a deep sense of mistrust among our people because I think this threat is being downplayed severely. While living under nuclear threat, we now shoulder the disproportionate burden of climate change while others carelessly pollute the earth. It is no secret that nuclear colonialism in the Pacific is underlined with racism. Our islands were chosen as a nuclear playground because they are isolated, far away, and seemingly insignificant. But we are not any of those things. My people are expert navigators of the sea. The ocean does not isolate us, it unites us and gives us life. That is why we are called the continent of Oceania. When I learn about my nuclear legacy, I am often overcome with feelings of anger, sadness, hopelessness, and inferiority. As a Marshallese immigrant to the US, I often experience ridicule and racism from people who are ignorant to the plight of my island nation. Marshallese who have fled to the US have not been provided adequate health care and thus disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The list of intergenerational impacts goes on, and they are still happening today. Commodore Ben Wyatt told the Marshallese people that the nuclear test will be for the good of mankind. So I ask you to ponder this statement today, because who counts as mankind? Who is to benefit from these tests? Where is the peace that was promised to us? My people have been living in peace and prosperity for centuries before they said, for the good of mankind. The nuclear ban is what is for the good of mankind. The TPNW is what is for the good of mankind. We are here today for the good of mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Very powerful. So please, Sia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm Zia Mian. I'm at Princeton University in the United States. And I'm a physicist. Although that doesn't count for very much on these issues. So, I want to begin with Albert Camus. So 2 days after the destruction of Hiroshima, Camus wrote an editorial in the newspaper Combat. And it's called "The World is What It Is." And he begins, "The world is what it is, which is to say, not much." And he goes on, "It is already hard to breathe in this tortured world. Here is a new source of anguish." Nuclear weapons came into a world, they were brought into a world that was already full of the experience of colonialism, of racism, of patriarchy, of capitalism, of hegemony, and of ecological devastation, all the things that Pia mentioned as the topics for our discussion. So nuclear weapons didn't bring any of these things into the world that weren't already there. Nuclear weapons were absorbed into the world as it was when it was. And you have to remember also that this is a world that was at war. And war makes monsters of people. And what we've had to experience since then as a human community is the playing out of the old processes and nuclear weapons as implements of violence in these existing social and political processes. And so it's not surprising that nuclear weapons get used and are produced, and the threat of use and all the other issues like the testing and so on, all carry the hallmarks of the way the world was and still is. So we can begin with the idea of the politics of nuclear weapons. Once you put them into the context of the world being what it is. And politics begins with place. And the place of nuclear weapons, when we write the history of the world with a far enough perspective, will be that nuclear weapons emerged in the West. And it's not just the United States. You have to remember the Soviet Union launched its nuclear weapons program more or less at the same time. The British program was even before the American program, and the French program came soon afterwards. It was worth remembering that during World War II, we saw not just the creation of nuclear weapons as the implements for mass destruction with all the properties that have been described. We also saw the Holocaust, where science and engineering and the state and bureaucracy and race and everything else, including capitalism, were brought to bear on the mass murder and destruction of an entire peoples and people who were seen as other. Jews, gypsies, communists, you name it. The Nazis would have killed as many as it took to build their world empire. But it was through the creation of certain kinds of implements. It was also the time of the invention of strategic bombing, the use of long-range airplanes to destroy entire cities. And it wasn't just the United States that did it, others did it too. So all of that legacy carries itself forward. So one of the things we're dealing with is the unfinished 20th century. Because all of that was put into play is still in play because all of the other parts of it are still at work. But we are in the middle of a period of systemic change. Because throughout the 20th century, as today, there has been the struggles for racial justice and the fundamental recognition that all human beings are actually equal. There have been struggles against patriarchy. The women's movement through the 20th century has been truly amazing in the gains that we've been able to make. Similarly, there have been struggles against capitalism, other forms of economic exploitation, and struggles against hegemony, the domination of one or a handful of states in the world system to rule over others. And there has been the growing of an ecological sensibility where we talk about the planet in ways that would have been unthinkable 100 years ago, or even in the 1940s. So I think that all of these things that nuclear weapons have that we talk about are all true, but also the struggles against these things are also true. And one of the things that we have to deal with is then, how do we as a movement against nuclear weapons situate ourselves with regard to all of these other things? It's not enough to have one session that talks about feminism and nuclear weapons, or one session that talks about sustainability and environment and nuclear weapons, or one session that talks about colonialism or racism. These have to be ways of thinking that are anti-systemic, that see the world with all of these aspects all at the same time. And we have to be able to think about all of these things in our analysis and in our politics all at the same time, and try and find creative ways where it's not a movement for racial justice on Tuesdays and a movement for nuclear weapons having a week in Vienna. It actually has to be an anti-systemic movement that brings together all kinds of sensibilities all the time in all of our work.
Thank you, Sia. I want to open the floor for if someone wants to share their thoughts or want to ask a question. This is very technological for me. It looks like there's something need to appear here. So in the meantime, we don't have too much time left, but in the meantime, if some thoughts arrive or questions, I want to ask the panelists something like, what do you think that is the role that nuclear weapons play in today, in this world order? We have this anxiety, we have these threats from Russia to use nuclear weapons. So what do you think that is the role that they are playing today? So you have like a couple of minutes each to reply, to think about this and just share something with the audience.
Thank you. So I think when you ask the question, what role do nuclear weapons play today, it depends on the person, right? So if I'm talking to my students who are typically 50% African from all various parts of the continent, 49% African American, and 1% other, I cannot say to them that nuclear weapons is the most existential threat in their life. It's not. Being killed by the police is. So I think when we talk about what role nuclear weapons play, we have to look at the individual, the community, the country, the world. So we know that nuclear weapons can wipe out civilization. We know the existential threat that climate change and nuclear weapons pose. But I don't think we can say that the role it plays is universal for every single person. I think that is somewhat very personal and specific depending on who we're talking about.
Okay. See it?
Sure. Well, I think following on from Vincent, one role that nuclear weapons plays that is consistent is a commitment to the use of violence, mass violence, by the state. And so regardless of which one of the 9 nuclear weapon states it is, or the allies of these states that will accept the use of nuclear weapons in their, what they call defense, is that they all feel that it is okay to commit mass murder in their defense. So this is the role that nuclear weapons play for the United States, through the United Kingdom, Britain, France, China, India, Pakistan, who often appeal to their colonial experience and a search for equality in the world order, as if somehow having nuclear weapons will make you equal. But even North Korea and Israel, what they all have when they have nuclear weapons is a commitment to the use of this incredible violence against others. And so no matter the context, whether it is Russia and Ukraine or any of the other countless times that nuclear threats have been made, and let me remind everyone, the first instance of a nuclear threat that we can find was actually the announcement after the bombing of Hiroshima. After the Americans dropped the atomic bomb, the President of the United States made an announcement: we have dropped an atomic bomb on an army camp in the city of Hiroshima. An army camp, not destroyed an entire city. And he said then that if the Japanese do not surrender, there will be a reign of ruin like has never been seen before. It's a use of ambiguity and metaphor in the same way that Putin makes nuclear threats. Destruction like you have never seen. Like Trump made his nuclear threats to totally destroy North Korea. So all of them make the standard scripted threats, but underneath this threat is the simple question: the role of nuclear weapons is the role and commitment to the use of incredible violence as a tool of state power.
Yes, you please, Betty.
I would like to add, thank you. I would like to add also that nuclear weapons is a business. It is lining people's pockets while others
Economical
suffer.
dimension, sure. And so I think that we have a couple of minutes left. So you came through the different kind of justifications to oppress, to dominate through nuclear weapons. And you talk about Albert Camus, about existentialism. So I think that we are what it is, but we are trying to do something else here, so in the world. So just to have some reflection on what we've been discussing and thinking about all this topic is like, be against nuclear weapons. It's not only like just to ban nuclear weapons, or it's not only like just to eliminate from the world. It's to break economical, political, and cultural system. And this week, we are here for that, to break the hegemonic system that we have in place, to break this world order, to break these justifications. So I want to wish you all a really very nice and successful week, and we are making history here. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. That really did give us a lot to think about. We're now going to take a break on this stage. Please use this opportunity to talk to people around you about what you've heard. You might also want to join the session beginning downstairs at Colloquy Hall when it's sharing Not Carrying US Nuclear Weapons in Europe. Don't forget to sign up for the virtual reality experience downstairs. And if you want your photo taken, there is the opportunity starting at 5:15 down at the Vienna Hub. There'll be someone to take your picture. It's the photographer right here, so you recognize him. Our next speaker will be on this stage at 15:40, so at 3:40 p.m., and we'll be talking about nuclear deterrence. Make sure you don't miss out on this one. But before that, at 25 past, we'll have a short video here at the main stage. So if you want to check it out, you're welcome to. See you in a bit.
should I be? Which side do I come for logo?
Hi again. So as promised a bit earlier, we'll now show a video called What If We Nuke a City? And with over 25 million YouTube views, this video has gained a lot of attention. And before coming here, we talked to the producers from Kurz Gesagt, and they hope that it can be used again and more broadly to help people understand what we're actually talking about. So without further ado, let's show the video, What If We Nuke a City?
Playing around with nuclear weapons in videos is fun. There's a visceral joy in blowing things up and a horrifying fascination with things like fireballs, shockwaves, and radiation. And while it does help put our destructive power in perspective, it's not the best way of understanding the real impact of a nuclear explosion. This isn't about silly stacks of TNT or about how bright an explosion is. Nuclear weapons are about you. So we've partnered with the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement to explore what would really happen if a nuclear weapon were detonated in a major city today. Not nuclear war, just one explosion. We begin our story in the middle of downtown in a major city. People are going to work, studying for exams, are lost in their thoughts and daily lives. Right here, a nuclear weapon is detonated and time freezes. The first phase of the explosion happens within less than a second. In a millisecond, a ball of plasma hotter than the sun appears and grows in a fireball to more than 2 kilometers across. Within this ball, everyone is just gone. Think of water dripped onto a very hot pan. A sizzle, and then there's nothing. Most buildings, cars, trees, tacky sculptures, and people, all evaporated. First, the flash, an intense tsunami of light, washes over the city in an instant. If you happen to have your head pointed in the direction of the explosion, it renders you blind for a few hours. The heat of this light produces a thermal pulse, so energetic and hot that it just burns everything as far as 13 kilometers from the detonation site. What this means is that everything in an area of 500 square kilometers that is able to burn starts burning. Plastic, wood, fabric, hair, and skin. If you happen to be in reach of the thermal pulse, one moment you're on your way to work, the next moment you're on fire. Now the second phase begins. It happens in a few seconds. Most people will now first notice that something is wrong, but it's already too late for hundreds of thousands. The flash is followed by the shockwave. The heat and radiation of the fireball create a bubble of superheated and supercompressed air around it that's now expanding explosively. Faster than the speed of sound, creating winds stronger than hurricanes and tornadoes. Human infrastructure is no match for its power. Most major buildings within a kilometer of the fireball are just ground up down to their base. Only steel-reinforced concrete is able to partially resist the pressure. In the surrounding parks where retirees feed the ducks, trees blackened and smoldering from the heat a second before snap like toothpicks. If you're outside, you get tossed away like a grain of dust in a tornado. The shockwave weakens as it travels outwards, but still, about 175 square kilometers of houses collapse like they're made of cards, trapping tens of thousands of people who didn't have any time to react. Gas stations explode and fires spread throughout the rubble. A mushroom cloud made from the remains of the fireball, dust and ash rises kilometers into the sky in the next few minutes and casts a dark shadow over the ruined city. This violently pulls in fresh air surrounding the city, destroying more buildings and providing an abundance of oxygen. It depends on the city what happens next. If there's enough fuel, fires may turn into a firestorm that burns the rubble, everybody trapped in it, and people trying to flee the devastation. Up to 21 kilometers from the explosion, people just like you rush to their windows to take pictures of the mushroom cloud, unaware that the shockwave is still coming at them, about to shatter their windows and create a blizzard of sharp glass. The third phase begins in the coming hours and days. We're used to the idea that help will come no matter the disaster. This time is different. A nuclear explosion is like every natural disaster at once. There are hundreds of thousands or millions of people with serious injuries, lacerations, broken bones, serious burns. In the next few minutes and hours, thousands more will die because of these injuries. Countless people are trapped in collapsed buildings like in earthquakes, or blinded by the flash, deaf from the blast wave, and unable to flee through streets impassable with rubble and debris. They're terrified, confused, and don't know what's happened to them or why. Most likely, many hospitals have been leveled along with all the other buildings, and most medical professionals are either dead or injured along with everyone else. The survivors lucky enough to have been in metro tunnels or standing in the right place to be unburned and unhurt won't have truly escaped harm yet. Depending on the type of weapon, where it explodes, and even the weather, an awful black rain can begin, with radioactive ash and dust descending on the city, covering everything and everyone. The invisible, malicious, silent horror of radiation takes its turn. Every breath carries poison to the lungs of the survivors. Over the coming days, the people who receive the highest doses of radiation exposure will die. There will be no help, not for hours or maybe even days. Civilization doesn't operate when there is a total breakdown of infrastructure. Roads are blocked, train tracks warped, runways cluttered with rubble. No water, no electricity, no communication, no stores to replenish supplies from. Help from surrounding cities will have a hard time entering the disaster zone, and even if they can, the radioactive contamination will make it risky to get too close. After a nuclear attack, you're on your own. So, bit by bit, people emerge from the rubble, on foot, contaminated with radioactive fallout, carrying what little they may have left. They are slow, in pain, traumatized, and they all need food, water, and medical treatment fast. And the damage done by a nuclear weapon doesn't end when the fires burn out and the smoke clears. The hospitals in the neighboring cities are under-equipped for a disaster of this scale and overwhelmed with tens or hundreds of thousands of patients with serious injuries. In the weeks, months, and years to come, many of those who survived will succumb to cancers like leukemia. The reason no government wants you to think about all this is because there is no serious humanitarian response possible to a nuclear explosion. There's no way to really help the immediate victims of a nuclear attack. This is not a hurricane, wildfire, or earthquake, or nuclear accident. It is all of these things at once, but worse. No nation on Earth is prepared to deal with it. The world has changed in the past few years, with world leaders again explicitly and publicly threatening each other with nuclear weapons. Many experts think the danger of a nuclear strike is higher than it has been in decades. Governments tell their citizens that it's good that we have nuclear weapons, but it's bad when anyone else gets them. That it's somehow necessary to threaten others with mass destruction to keep us safe. But does this make you feel safe? It only takes a small group of people with power to go crazy or rogue, a small misstep or a simple misunderstanding to unleash a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Exploding stuff in videos is fun. Exploding things in real life, not so much. There is a solution though. Eliminating all nuclear weapons and vowing never to build them again. In 2017, almost 2/3 of all the world's countries, supported by hundreds of civil society organizations and the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, agreed to prohibit and eliminate nuclear weapons. It's not about who has nuclear weapons and who doesn't. The weapons themselves are the problem. They are deeply immoral and an existential threat to all of us. No matter what country you come from, no matter what political side you find yourself on, we need to demand that they disappear forever. This will not happen without pressure. If you want to be part of this pressure, there are things you personally can do too. Visit notonukes.org to learn more about nuclear weapons and what you can do about them.
Okay. Thank you for that, kurz gesagt. Am I saying that right?
Kurz gesagt.
That. Very effective video that I think Tells our story very well. Okay, so here's where we are in the program. At the top of the hour, 4 p.m. local time, but also through the Vienna hub, those of you watching remotely. You have the opportunity to hear from our movement's, one of our movement's most inspirational advocates. Setsuko Thurlow was a 13-year-old schoolgirl when the United States dropped the atomic bomb over her home city of Hiroshima. And today, her work to abolish nuclear weapons inspires so many of us, including me. Now, back to this stage.
Yes, some of you might remember last time ICAN came to the aula, the next speaker brought a gigantic weasel. At the time, he was heading the provocative nuclear disarmament NGO called Wildfire.
Prior to his work on the NGO side, he was a former officer at the UN Office of Disarmament Affairs and was also a former Australian diplomat. But he coined the not-so-diplomatic phrase like things like the Hoffman Doctrine, which was a concept that he used to describe certain diplomatic strategies whereby diplomats would steadfastly avoid solutions to new problems, or to old problems, I should say, and instead would just continue to commit to approaches that have not worked in the past, are not working now, and show no signs of ever working in the future. Yes, this is the one and only Richard Lennane. Thank you very much. Welcome to the main stage, Richard. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the raucous reception. I'm going to talk to you about deterrence. My talk is called A Little Bit Deterred, and I'm glad we just had the movie before this, because that actually introduced it quite well. I'm here to get you all pumped up and riled up for the panel that comes after me, where we have some excellent speakers who will answer your questions and talk about how to deal with deterrence. But I want to start with a little poll. I think you've got the idea now how to use the Slido poll. You go to slido.com, or if you're here, you can scan the QR code. And what I want to find out is how you feel about talking about deterrence at the moment. Do you feel confident when you talk about deterrence? Maybe you know instinctively that it's dangerous and wrong, like we just heard in the video, but you have trouble perhaps articulating exactly why. Maybe, and I think I fall into this category sometimes, you worry that maybe the people who want nuclear deterrence, they think maybe they're right. Maybe nuclear weapons really do stop war and maintain peace and stability. And as you know, there's a whole lot of technical jargon that goes along with nuclear deterrence. Sometimes that makes it difficult to talk to people about it because you just get lost in the sea of blah, blah. So I see some votes coming in. I hope people at home watching remotely can do the same. Oh, now they're coming out again. Okay, seems like the most popular one is that you know deterrence is wrong, but you have trouble explaining why. I'm here to help you with that, and the panel that comes after me will also help you with that. This is a map of the world. You can see all the countries there, even New Zealand. And this is the map of the world if you're Australian, like me. Looks different, doesn't it? But here's a map that looks even more different, because this is the map of the world according to nuclear-armed states. Because these are the only countries where nuclear deterrence actually exists. Because as we heard in the video before, the countries with nuclear weapons and their allies always say, we need nuclear weapons to preserve stability, to keep us safe, but you can't have them. We must have non-proliferation. It's very dangerous if other countries get nuclear weapons. What does this mean? It means that not only me, not only you here do not believe in nuclear deterrence, nobody believes in nuclear deterrence. Well, not quite nobody. There's one guy. This is Professor Kenneth Waltz. He was a very distinguished scholar of international relations. His idea was that nuclear weapons do preserve security, improve peace and stability. Therefore, more countries should have them. Now, I disagree with his conclusion, but I kind of respect Professor Waltz because at least he has the courage of his convictions. He follows the deterrence argument through to its logical conclusion. He has a theory. He's willing to argue for it. We disagree. Okay, at least it's honest. But what we hear about today from those who defend deterrence, who want to keep nuclear deterrence, is that it's only for them. So it's not a theory, it's not a system, it's not a strategy. Despite all the many words, thick books, academic papers being written about deterrence theory, it's not a theory. It's just an impulse, a feeling. And it's the very natural, normal human feeling, at least for men, maybe it's different for women, feeling that I feel safer, I feel better when I've got a big stick. When I've got a really big stick, I feel safe. I feel secure because I've got a really big stick. But the stick we're talking about here, it's more than a stick, right? As we saw in the video, deterrence means this kind of big stick means the willingness and the capability to murder hundreds of thousands or millions of innocent people at a stroke. And for that reason, I think, is why so much of the discussion around deterrence is couched in this very technical and abstract jargon. Because nobody really wants to talk about the reality that, our security depends on our ability and our willingness to cause this immense destruction and death. But sometimes our leaders, or the leaders of nuclear armed states, get cornered, or at least they're forced to show their hand. In 2016, the then Prime Minister of the UK, Theresa May, was asked in the British Parliament, is she personally prepared to authorise a nuclear strike that could kill 100,000 innocent men, women and children? And she answered, honestly, yes. The whole point of a deterrent is that our enemies need to know that we would be prepared to use it. Points for honesty. But when you're honest like that, it brings us face to face with the reality of what deterrence means. Willingness to be ready to press that button and kill hundreds of thousands, millions of people. Now, the funny thing is, only with nuclear weapons. If you asked today a British Prime Minister, Prime Minister, are you prepared to kill 100,000 innocent men, women and children by sending gangs armed with machetes to hack them to death? Well, no. That would be genocide. What about to defend the UK? Are you prepared to kill 100,000 innocent men, women and children by gassing them with chemical weapons? Well, no, that would be a crime against humanity. But are you prepared to do it by incinerating them with a nuclear weapon? Yes. Not only are you prepared to do it, that's responsible leadership. That's keeping the world safe. That should be enough. I mean, what we saw in the video before, what I've explained now, it should be enough. See the reality. Nuclear deterrence is totally immoral. And that should be enough. Like slavery, like torture, this is something that no matter what the supposed benefits are, it's never going to be okay. But the other thing about nuclear deterrence, and for the rest of my talk, I'm going to talk about this, is it doesn't actually work, or work very well. There's this idea around, and with the Ukraine crisis, it's had more of an airing, that if you have nuclear weapons, no one will attack you. You're safe. Well, here's the Yom Kippur War in 1973, pictures of Egyptian soldiers storming across the Suez Canal into Israeli-occupied Sinai. Do they look deterred to you? Israel had nuclear weapons at the time. Didn't stop Egypt and Syria. The Falklands, or Malvinas, if you prefer, 1982. These are Argentinian soldiers. They have just invaded the territory of a nuclear-armed state. Not infiltrated, not sneaked in, invaded, occupied, annexed, unsuccessfully as it turns out. But do they look deterred? They look pretty determined to me. Then the Kargil War, 1999, Pakistan sent troops disguised as militants into the Indian-controlled Kashmir. Really playing with fire there. That's two nuclear-armed states, one attacking the other. We're assured that this doesn't happen. It happened. Again, a bunch of soldiers who do not look very deterred to me. And from that picture comes from the Pakistani Army official website. which had another photo from the Kargil War of this gentleman, and I put it up there because to me that is the symbol of someone who is not deterred. I mean, this guy is ready for anything. The Pakistani answer to Chuck Norris. Okay, now if you think about Ukraine for a second, everyone's saying, oh, Ukraine shouldn't have given up its nuclear weapons because if it had kept its nuclear weapons, Russia wouldn't have invaded. There's all kinds of problems with that idea. But let's just, for the sake of our discussion, say, yeah, okay, maybe they shouldn't have given up nuclear weapons. But imagine for a second, what if Britain, what if the UK had decided to give up its nuclear weapons, say in 1980? Unilateral disarmament. Let's do this kind of hypothetical. And then in 1982, Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands. You'd have all these pundits and commentators saying, oh, see what happens if you give up nuclear weapons. People start taking liberties. People invade your territories and seize it. But as we know, the nuclear weapons didn't actually make any difference. The other thing you're going to hear now is from some tedious pedants who tell you, well, yes, these little wars, they didn't meet the threshold for triggering a nuclear response. Okay. But who decides what that threshold is? How does the attacker know when they're going to trigger a nuclear response? They don't know. And the problem with this all is that deterrence happens only in the mind of the person supposedly being deterred, or the government being deterred. It's got nothing to do with the weapon. It's got nothing to do with what the person wielding the weapon is doing. Only the person being deterred can decide, are they going to be deterred? Or are they going to do it anyway? And the problem for Jules here in Pulp Fiction is he really only has two options. He can shoot, he can press the nuclear button, or not. That's it, either or. There's nothing in between. And you see in these Hollywood movies, right, when someone's threatening someone with a gun, they'll often do this thing where they cock the way, to make the point. And sometimes in bad movies, they even do it again. To really make, and that's like President Putin, for example, putting his nuclear forces on high alert. Extra high alert. Because what else can you do? It's either pull the trigger or not. And this is happening right now with Ukraine, in Europe. NATO is facing exactly this kind of dilemma. And we're going to play a little exercise now, hypothetical. So get your Slido stuff ready. It's coming up. We need you to vote. What the situation is, let's say it's hypothetical. A nuclear armed state has invaded, illegally, aggressively, invaded a non-nuclear armed European state. Purely hypothetical. You are in charge of NATO, all of you, at home as well. You're in charge of NATO, you get to respond. These are your choices. Okay, vote. These are your choices. You can watch an impotent horror, maybe impose some sanctions, whine about it, or you can end the world. Nobody's voting for ending the world. This is reassuring. Wouldn't you like another option? But this is where, once you've got nuclear, wouldn't you like to have another option? Okay, but that's it. Deterrence, it's all or nothing. You can't be a little bit deterred, you can't be a little bit pregnant. You pull the trigger or you don't. And when we think back to the first half, when we said, what are the consequences? What does it mean? It means mass murder on a colossal scale. It means capability and willingness. All right, we're just about done. Now we've come to the end of this little pep talk. I'd like to run this poll again, just to see if anyone's changed their view, if you feel better equipped to debate, discuss nuclear deterrence now. Okay, jargon's still a problem. You can vote. It's fine, we just want to get an idea. And after I've finished, we're going to have this panel, we're going to get more into details about all these issues, these questions, these objections, the technicalities, the jargon, the politics, and all the rest. Okay, number's a bit lower, that reassures me. So what I'm going to do to finish is we'll put up this Q&A. This will stay up now for the panel that's going to follow. So you've got a couple of minutes to think about questions that perhaps the video before posed to you or my talk has inspired. You have some questions, put them in the Slido thing, and the panel then will tackle them and try to give you an answer. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. This has been fun. I hope it's useful. See you next time.
Thank you, Richard. It's always a pleasure to hear the good old wildfire style. And just as a present to Richard, Australia just confirmed that they would participate in the MSP as an observer. And I don't know if I'm allowed to announce it, but Netherlands also just confirmed that they will participate as an observer. If I'm not allowed to announce that, then don't tell anyone. So, now it's Q&A time. I hope you all enjoyed it. I have an iPad here where I see your questions coming in. This session is really meant to be helping people make the arguments and helping people to come up with good ways that we can formulate these things. I don't know if you're anything like me, but sometimes when you have these meetings with politicians and they ask you these questions and then you leave and then like later at night you're like, oh, I should have said that. That's what I do at least. So I thought that we could like jointly together here help to kind of figure out how to discuss these things. So with me, I have three incredible experts, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves, because I lost the slide for that. But I know who you are, so I'm just going to let you introduce yourself.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm Darrell Kimball. I'm Executive Director of the Arms Control Association, and I've been struggling with these issues and working these issues for about 30 years. It's a pleasure to be here, Beatrice.
Hi, I'm Pavel Podvik. I'm leading a project on Russian nuclear forces, and I'm also a senior researcher at the UN Institute for Disarmament Research, and also a researcher at Princeton.
Hello, I'm Gauhar Mukhajanova. I'm a relative newcomer compared to you two, but I'm with the Vienna Center for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation, and I work on multilateral regimes and international organizations dealing with non-proliferation and disarmament.
So thank you all for joining here today. Big applaud. And I see a lot of questions coming in here. Unfortunately, my iPad is disconnecting somehow, but I can see some of the questions here, so we'll be fine. So first, I want to ask all three of you, given the situation, the war in Ukraine, like the Russian invasion of Ukraine, listening to this presentation from Richard, what's your first sort of take on deterrence? Has the current situation changed anything for you all, for the three of you? Is there any like new take that you have? Has something different come up based on Russia's invasion, or is it same thing as always? Terrell can start.
Well, I think, I mean, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and Putin's nuclear threats, I think it really is a sobering reminder of what we have known for a long time, which Richard exposed with his presentation and slides, which is that nuclear deterrence does not prevent major wars. Nuclear deterrence only makes wars, especially between nuclear-armed states, more dangerous, more fraught. And the real risk, in my view today, of nuclear use is if NATO and Russia get into a direct conflict, not so much Russian nuclear weapons use in Ukraine. But the other thing it illustrates, which relates to some of Richard's slides about past historical examples, is that the United States and NATO's nuclear weapons are not deterring or preventing Russia from inflicting enormous destruction on Ukraine. And it is, if anything, it is the conventional military deterrence that may be preventing Russia from taking its military ambitions further. So it illustrates the fundamental risks and dangers of nuclear deterrence as an approach. And I think it also reminds us that it's just not sustainable. I mean, we cannot continue to go through these close calls and survive through luck going forward in the future.
And Pavel?
Yeah. Well, if we're talking about the what we can learn from the war in Ukraine and in relation to nuclear weapons, I think there is an interesting conclusion in my view that nuclear weapons are actually turns out to be pretty useless. Because if you, yes, of course, everybody was worried, and I was, still am, that by all these kind of threats of use, or not threats of use, but all these kind of mentions of nuclear weapons by the Kremlin. But in the end, yes, you could probably argue that nuclear weapons helped Russia to keep NATO out of conflict and not to establish things like no-flight zone. But on the other hand, had Russia not had nuclear weapons, I'm not actually sure that any of the direct involvement of NATO would have happened. We don't know, of course, but I think it's not 100% certain. And on the other hand, yes, of course, the West was very cautious in the beginning about providing support to Ukraine, but you can see that this is kind of a building up, and in the end, I think Moscow would be looking at this pretty much with the clear sense that all these nuclear threats does not really prevent other states from helping Ukraine with military equipment or other help. So I don't think that Russia is getting a lot of mileage out of the nuclear weapons here. Thanks.
And Gokor, has the situation in Ukraine changed anything for you in terms of thinking around deterrence?
I think it just highlighted the uncertainties associated with nuclear deterrence, understanding who at what point is deterred from doing exactly what, right? And highlighting also how, rather than guaranteeing stability, nuclear weapons can embolden some actors, like Putin. But even there, you don't know, as Pavel said, is it nuclear umbrella, that is his own nuclear umbrella that's emboldening President Putin, or he would have gone there anyway with or without nuclear weapons. But the presence of nuclear weapons and nuclear threats issued just exacerbate the risk and the stakes in this war. And so that's all very, very worrying, and I never expected to see that kind of life case unfolding before our eyes.
Thanks. So we're getting a lot of questions here, and I think I'm going to start with one that I think is really kind of gets to the core to the issue of deterrence, I think. Someone has asked, do you believe that a nuclear-armed country would respond with nuclear weapons if they were attacked by a nuclear weapon? Like, I mean, this is the fundamental part of deterrence, right? Like this idea that if you hit me with a nuke, I will nuke all of your cities. Say that it happens. Would it be rational for the other country to use nuclear weapons back and start nuclear war? Would that happen? Anyone?
We don't know. Again, back to uncertainties of nuclear deterrence. In theory, if you look at the rational actor theory, that is the whole point of nuclear deterrence. You promise to respond with nuclear weapons to a certain kind of attack. And then if that attack happens, well, you have to respond with nuclear weapons. But then that completely ignores all the human factor involved and the gradations of what kind of attack under what circumstances, what kind of leader you have in power, what is going on through that leader's head, what kind of personal beliefs that leader might have. And that just keeps adding all those uncertainties and exacerbating the risk, because you just cannot with certainty predict who is going to be deterred from starting a war by just how much. And how exactly any given actor would respond if attacked with conventional or nuclear weapons, for that matter. And so the US has a pretty clear doctrine, right? And it's reliant on nuclear deterrence. But my father-in-law is a bishop, and he is absolutely convinced that there's no president of the United States. Well, he did say that before Trump, but before Trump, he said he is convinced that there is absolutely no president of the United States who would press the button and use nuclear weapons, even if the United States is attacked. And so that's, there's really no consensus on whether or not we have and will use nuclear weapons in response even to a nuclear attack.
For me, it's like if most of the nuclear armed states said that their weapons are for deterrence, right? They're not practical war-fighting weapons. You have a different perspective.
That's debatable. There are, well, I mean, on some level, they all say that, of course, but the problem is that if you walk through the utility, quote unquote, of nuclear weapons, you can see that the source of power, whatever power they have politically and otherwise, is in the end in their ability to kill a lot of people. So that's, however, we know that that's not an easy thought, and people are reluctant to think that this is what they do. They are reluctant to think that this is the business they are in, killing people. So they are piling up this kind of a jargon and these theories, and you can see that, this is counterforce. So we're not attacking cities, we're doing this counterforce or attacking silos. So on some level, sort of people invent those strategies and ideas, and they try to rationalize it. But the interesting thing that, so they think about nuclear weapons in those terms. So they do think about them as usable weapons because they are attacking silos. But in the end, I mean, they just don't make that other step. So they are attacking silos because then you destroy the silos to make sure that you are in a position to kill more people than your opponent, and that's. But yes, technically there are weapons that are not aimed at cities, but it's just you need to make that other step.
Terrell, you want to say that?
Well, so as Gaukar said, I mean, there's an enormous amount of uncertainty about what would happen, and the thing that we have to remember is that we can't assume rational actors in a situation in which nuclear weapons are used first in a conflict, especially between nuclear-armed countries. I mean, we've all heard the phrase, the fog of war, and the confusion that is created in the chaos of conflict. And if there's a fog of war, there's a fog of nuclear war, which is even more severe. And if you look at the nuclear use scenarios that all of the major nuclear-armed states are looking at, it requires exceedingly fast decisions by leaders, a small number of people, highly undemocratic, and they're not going to have all the information. So even if they wanted to act rationally, they don't have the data with which to make rational decisions. The other thing I would just say is that the nuclear weapon states contemplate different nuclear weapons use scenarios. There's the out-of-the-blue attack, for which the massive arsenals of the United States and Russia and China, Britain, France exist primarily. But there's also, and this is what the Ukraine war raises, is the possibility of a conventional war between nuclear-armed states or alliances and the use of a small number of nuclear weapons in order to tip the balance militarily. And what we've got to remember is that there are theories of deterrence that say maybe we can limit the war to just a few nuclear weapons, but in reality, there is absolutely no guarantee that the war is going to be limited with just a few Hiroshima and Nagasaki-sized detonations. And it is very likely, and the US military leaders who've looked at this in wargaming scenarios say, it likely leads to all-out nuclear war. So the point is that, as Gaukar said, we don't know for sure how our leaders would respond, but it would likely lead to catastrophe.
And for those of you who haven't seen was it Plan A? The video? Plan A from Princeton. You can just Google that maybe. It's pretty terrifying. And I've seen it before, and then I saw it after the Russian invasion, and I felt very different watching it this time. One question that we get a lot, and I'm sure you have all heard 100 times, if Ukraine would have had nuclear weapons, this would not have happened. How do we answer that?
Who wants
We
to
don't know.
start?
No, we literally don't know. And one starting line about this always seems to be, if Ukraine had nuclear weapons, assuming everything else would have been the same. We would have had absolutely the same state of the non-proliferation regime, would have had the NPT still in force, everything will be the same except Ukraine would have nuclear weapons. We have no way of knowing if that would have been the case, if Ukraine were to keep nuclear weapons. This whole situation was playing out before the indefinite extension of the NPT, which in and of itself was a bit of a struggle to get. And so we don't know how Ukraine deciding to be a nuclear armed state, and possibly even claiming the right to be a nuclear weapon state under the NPT, could have changed the regime, could have changed the whole sort of security situation in Europe, the relationship between Russia as it was then and Ukraine as it was then. So I honestly cannot say what would have happened if Ukraine kept nuclear weapons.
Pavel, how would you expect Russia to have dealt with Ukraine not wanting to give back the nuclear weapons against their will?
Well, I think I totally agree with Gauhar, and this is the right way of thinking about kind of Ukraine and nuclear weapons, because there are just too many counterfactuals there, and everything would have been different. However, I would ask each of you to have this kind of a thought experiment. Imagine that you are the president of Ukraine, and you have nuclear weapons today. What would you do? And if you start kind of thinking about that, you would realize that there is not much you can do other than just kind of slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people. And knowing on top of that, that Russia would have the capability to strike back and kill even more. Would you really use those weapons? I think it's a useful kind of a thought experiment to go through. Furthermore, if you imagine, for example, Ukraine having nuclear weapons back in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea and started this conflict in the eastern Ukraine, again, would it be possible for Ukraine that would have nuclear weapons to stop this separation? And if you think about that, no. There was absolutely nothing that Ukraine could have done at the time, even if it had nuclear weapons. The same thing is today. You look at NATO, you look at some Eastern European countries, if there is some operation of the kind that was done back in Eastern Ukraine in 2014, it's a very open question whether NATO, the United States, would be able to use nuclear weapons or would be willing to use nuclear weapons. So back to my point, if you think about it, these are not very useful weapons.
I would just say real quick that it's an understandable question based upon some flawed assumptions. I mean, number one, in 1991, Ukraine had a choice about which way to go. It didn't have the capability to maintain a large nuclear arsenal. It's costly, it takes a lot of investment. Second, they didn't have control of the weapons, they were controlled by Moscow. They would not have received the kind of support they got from the international community if they retained the nuclear weapons, which is one reason why they decided to go forward and become a non-nuclear weapon state under the NPT. And the other issue is Russia probably would not have tolerated a nuclear-armed Ukraine on its border. So, and finally, as Pavel was saying, if we were looking at a conflict today involving two countries with nuclear weapons, it wouldn't necessarily have prevented it. It would make it a heck of a lot more dangerous than what even we're looking at today.
Another question that we get in several different versions here is a little bit of the question around unilateral versus multilateral disarmament. Is it ever safe for, or what happens if one country just refuses to disarm, right? Are they the kings of the world? Do they decide everything in the world then if one country still has nuclear weapons? And that's kind of the part of the reason a lot of people give for why disarmament is impossible, because one country will refuse and then they will get to decide everything. what would you answer that?
Well, first of all, I would say we're not at today in 2022, the end state of the nuclear disarmament process. We don't know if this assumption is valid. And I would say that we need to manage the process of abolishing nuclear weapons in a way that does not leave one country with a monopoly on nuclear weapons. And rather than fixate on these kinds of questions, which are often put forward by people who are opposed to efforts to pursue a world without nuclear weapons, we need to concentrate on what needs to be done now to avoid nuclear war, and how do we accelerate the process of disarming the 9 countries that possess nuclear weapons.
Anyone else has a take on that question?
Well, as Darrell said, we're not at that end state yet. We're not deciding that everybody get rid of nuclear weapons tomorrow, even if one of you somehow gets to keep them. So I think given the uncertainties associated with nuclear deterrence, the risks posed by nuclear weapons, and the terrible consequences of their use, accidental or intentional, working towards disarmament is worth it in and of itself. You have to work it, and you have to work on it together and look for ways to move that way together. But I certainly understand the concern of those in Europe in particular, saying, well, if we are moving faster towards nuclear disarmament and Russia is what it is right now, then that really puts us at risk. And I think one of the really, apart from the actual loss of life and terrible suffering in Ukraine, what the current war is doing is putting further apart the constituencies around the world that do believe that nuclear weapons somehow protect them, and those who believe that nuclear weapons don't, and that they are immoral weapons that shouldn't exist. And that's, to me, that's the really big and dangerous divide in the multilateral regimes. It makes it that much harder to work on solutions together when you have a more and more gap between these two camps. And I think another thing that the war exposed is, once again, highlighted the immorality of nuclear weapons, because not only is the credible threat of using nuclear weapons with all the consequences that causes is at the heart of nuclear deterrence, some actors are also able to use the nuclear arsenal to commit atrocities. So we're not preventing atrocities with threatening more atrocities. Just one side seems to be maybe deterred from entering the war because of the threat of even greater atrocities. So it's a really frustrating cycle, vicious cycle that the war highlights.
Just maybe to add to that, I agree. I think it is wrong to think about disarmament as a kind of a process of moving in balanced way. Kind of everybody kind of cautiously looks at each other and oh, did we disarm too much or not? I think if it happens, and I believe it will happen, it will be just because certain states would decide to disarm. I'm on record saying that Russia would be much happier, much more prosperous, and much more secure country if it had no nuclear weapons. And the same could be said about pretty much everyone. For some states, it's kind of a more tied to their identity or whatever, but I think everybody would be. And it's just a matter of people kind of realizing that, yeah, the source of security and happiness is not in nuclear weapons.
We're getting a lot of questions about things that I personally think really challenges deterrence theory. Things like, for example, the number of nuclear weapons. Like, if nuclear weapons are meant to deter mainly, that's their job. Like, why did they have 70,000 during the height of the Cold War? Isn't that a bit overkill? Missile defense. Isn't missile defense like this kind of admitting that nuclear deterrence might fail? We also have things like emerging technologies, hypersonic missiles. Does that change the deterrence kind of thinking, anything? How do you feel about those? I don't have to answer those, maybe one each or something. Like the numbers, for example. why 70,000? Now we only have 13, 12,000, something like that.
Only,
but
yeah.
only. But isn't it overkill, right? Like, is that?
Yeah, we're still, I mean, even if you believe in the idea of nuclear deterrence for the purpose of deterring nuclear attack against your country, the fact that the United States has 1,350 deployed strategic nuclear weapons and more tactical nuclear weapons is ridiculous. And what I think we gotta remember is that the concept of deterrence, the basic tenets of deterrence, depend upon, in the mind's eye of the nuclear weapon establishments, maintaining a credible threat of nuclear use, and in the case of a country like the United States, against all potential military contingencies, right? So that leads to this unending pressure by the nuclear weapons establishments to maintain a large number to deal with, in the US case, not just a Russia threat, but a China threat, a North Korea threat, and not just strategic nuclear weapons, but all sorts of other types of nuclear weapons. So deterrence also is driving the numbers, the nuclear modernization and improvement efforts. So one of the arguments that we're going to have in the United States, for instance, is, do we need to maintain that many nuclear weapons in order to deter the Chinese and the Russians? Real quick on missile defense, the reality is that there is no such thing as a perfect defense against ballistic missiles or hypersonic weapons. It is always going to be leaky. It is not a foolproof solution to the threat of nuclear attack. And the pursuit of perfection in missile defense, which has been going on in the United States for a long, long time, the Russians have tried it for a while too, it stimulates racing in offensive nuclear arms in order to overcome the defensive system. So it's a false solution to a major issue. That's what Ronald Reagan proposed in the 1980s, the Star Wars scheme. We still are pursuing the perfect nuclear defense, missile defense of the United States, and we haven't found it.
But isn't just the idea of needing a missile defense questioning deterrence? I mean, it doesn't need to admit, like, why would we need a missile defense if deterrence works? There will be no missiles flying if deterrence works. So isn't it a mission that it could fail?
It's a complicated thing, and it is rooted in various ideas. And one is that people do instinctively feel that having a shield is worth something. The problem, of course, is, as Darrell mentioned, that there is no shield. And in fact, if you look at the way this works, then the attacker would only need a small chance of successfully attack you. And all that missile defense, even a very sophisticated, capable technically missile defense can do is reduce that small chance to a somewhat smaller chance. But that doesn't matter. You may remember, I think it was 2017, when there was a moment when people were really concerned about confrontation between North Korea and the United States. And at that point, it wasn't even known with certainty that North Korea had nuclear weapons that were capable of reaching the US territory. President Trump famously said, oh, we have like 97% chance of intercepting. And people quickly realized that, well, 97% is not a very large number if you're talking about the chance of being hit with a nuclear weapon. And that was very clear in the community that basically, no, you don't rely on missile defense for these things. You just cannot.
With the missile defense and Reagan's approach to it, it was arguably sort of his idealistic side going for missile defense, thinking that having an effective missile defense would render nuclear weapons useless, right? If you can shoot down all the incoming missiles, then why have them? The effect, unfortunately, was quite the opposite. You're sinking a lot of money into something that not only doesn't work, but actually provokes your opponents into building up. And unfortunately, missile defense idea in the United States has mutated into a kind of a cult unto itself, with like hard-held beliefs and also a lot of money being put into it, and kind of in denial of the effects it has on the arms race with Russia and China. Does the turn to missile defense prove that nobody believes in nuclear deterrence? The thing about the US, I think, or Western thinkers' approach to nuclear deterrence is not that they think it works for everything and everyone in all cases. It works when you have a rational actor for an opponent. And Western thinkers don't necessarily place everybody around the world into the rational actor category. And so whenever there was a threat of another country, not from the Western world, going for nuclear weapons, there was this concern that that country won't be deterred. It won't be deterrable because those people are not rational, those people don't think like us, we don't have a good communication with them, we don't have good signaling. And as Richard said, the nuclear deterrence, first and foremost, is in your head. And it depends tremendously on clear understanding of your opponent and the signal he or she sends, and in your opponent understanding the signals you're sending. And so there was a lot of assumption about China being not deterrable if it gets nuclear weapons. At some point, even Soviet Union not being deterrable if they get nuclear weapons, because look at Stalin, seriously. And so I think the turn to missile defense is in part manifestation of that. So I don't think it's fair to say that all the leaders believe that nuclear deterrence works at all times for all actors. But I think you might want to call them out on the fact that they don't think that nuclear deterrence works for everybody, and then aren't you just exacerbating the risks by hanging on to nuclear weapons and somehow hyping their security value?
Thank you. Lots of really good ideas here. Keep asking the questions, and I will try to. There are a lot of them still, so we're trying to get through as many as possible. You know, ICAN has worked a lot on the raising awareness of the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons, but we also do hear sometimes that yes, and that's why deterrence works, right? That it is specifically the catastrophic humanitarian consequences that is the whole foundation for deterrence, and that's why major wars are prevented with nuclear weapons. How would you respond to that?
Well, the short answer is even for those who believe that peace is their profession, which is the motto of US Strategic Command, I mean, that's the view of people who are in the nuclear deterrence business, you know, I would say to them, well, it works until it doesn't. And this is not sustainable. I mean, we've just heard the course of this conference alone, the many times when there have been close calls, mistakes, miscalculations. In my view, this cannot last forever. So let's talk about, you know, what we do to reduce the risk in the near term and move away from this, you know, this threat of mass annihilation, which is dangerous, immoral, and illegal.
I think there is a point there, I think, in a sense that the horror of nuclear war is what makes deterrence work. However, I think it is important to emphasize this horror because, again, as I said earlier, we should be very clear with ourselves and with the politicians and everyone that the only source of power for these weapons is their ability to slaughter people. And that, in my view, makes any decision regarding use of nuclear weapons, brings the threshold for that kind of a decision actually pretty high, I would hope. And in fact, you can see that it is, there are various signs that it is in fact very high, because so we need to strip away this kind of a veneer of, oh, this is tailored deterrence, these are tactical weapons, these are low yield or short range or hypersonic or something. No, this all doesn't matter. And when you insert that message into the public conscious, then it would be unthinkable for the leadership, whether it's in Kremlin, whether it's in Pyongyang or in the DC, to actually press the button. So that's, and I know I've been having this conversation with many people these days, and sort of what is the defense against Russia's using nuclear weapons in Ukraine? And I'm telling you, well, the only defense is to make sure that we all understand that there is no military use for these weapons. And people say, well, but that's kind of weak. And I say, well, it is, but that's what we have. And but it is in our power to make this stronger.
The problem that you've pointed out already about nuclear weapons is that they've been sold to the public for decades as an instrument of safety. Yeah? When the leaders don't go into detail about what nuclear weapons do other than protect. And so the image, this fuzzy feeling of being protected is kind of wedged into the public conscious when it comes to our nuclear weapons. And so what it's important to do and what the humanitarian initiative started is to get down to specifics, as Pavel said, to point out the horror. And it's not just they slaughter people. Well, lots of various weapons are used to slaughter people. You can go into specifics what nuclear weapons do and to how many people in what kind of span of time. And then you can go further and talk about what it does to the planet. And right now, there's part of the conversation around the war that Russia is waging is that the impact is going to be felt around the world and is being felt around the world in terms of its impact on food security. And there is a related argument about the impact of any kind of nuclear war. So to the extent possible, break it down into specifics. It's not just, oh, they work because they kill a lot of people. How do they kill people? Because the argument against the morality of nuclear weapons is not that it's immoral to use them in response. It's immoral to use them because of what exactly they do to people. It's not about why you use them. Oh, I was attacked, so I was justified. No, it's about how they kill people, how they maim people. That's what makes them immoral, and you have to press it with the public and with the leaders and question, what does it say about you as a human and as a leader if you are prepared to use that kind of weapon for whatever reason?
Just to add very briefly, and exactly why it is important to understand the effects to the full extent. There is a great work that was done by an American scholar, Lennane, who discovered that, in fact, the US planners, they didn't look at the fires that would be generated by the nuclear explosions because, and they were just, that was exactly, it was easier in a way for them to do their nuclear planning if they would not account for all the death and destruction that would be caused by fires, and that is not a small effect at all. So I think, so people try again, hide behind jargon, hide behind this and that, but again, if you kind of peel that out, you just make this, that this message should be clear and very graphic in many ways. And that would make people realize what kind of business they are actually in.
Thanks. I'm going to try to summarize a couple of questions, or like formulate in a way that covers some of these questions. Do you think there's an inconsistency between being pro-deterrence and believe in the NPT? I'm just thinking like, and I mean like the general interpretation of what the NPT means, not the French government's interpretation of what the NPT means. Like this idea that we will be safer if countries didn't develop nuclear weapons and the P5 disarms. And at the same time believing in nuclear deterrence. Is there like an inconsistency there? Can you believe in deterrence and disarmament at the same time?
I would modify that into, we will be all safer if no more states acquire nuclear weapons and the 5 disarm eventually. That sort of is for many years, that was the status quo kind of in the discussion, that yes, we all are pushing for disarmament of the 5, but we're kind of prepared to live with the fact that it's going to happen at some yet undefined point in the future. But I think the main drive for the NPT at the time was exactly to prevent the further spread. And there is reason to that, there is rationality to that. Yeah, the more states have nuclear weapons, the more unstable it becomes. So that I think is still there. And I think a lot of states want to keep the NPT, even if nuclear weapon states are not making that much progress on disarmament, because they are still concerned about more states acquiring nuclear weapons. Although having 4 others outside the NPT kind of gives light to the regime. But if you don't believe in disarmament at all, then yes, that's kind of that's not consistent with your support of the NPT. If you believe it's not a worthy goal to pursue because nuclear weapons deter, keep safe, guarantee sovereignty, then yes, there's every ground to question whether you're really committed to all of the goals of the NPT, not just sort of one.
There are built-in contradictions in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, no doubt. The peaceful uses rights that the treaty enshrines, that makes it more difficult to hold back the proliferation of weapons-usable technology. The fact that many of the states depend on or think they depend upon nuclear deterrence for their security, it makes it harder to advance the goal of nuclear disarmament enshrined in Article 6. We've got to work with this to the extent that the NPT is a tool in the disarmament toolbox. We've got to overcome these contradictions, but the problem fundamentally is that so long as states believe that they need nuclear weapons to deter something, nuclear threats or non-nuclear threats, which is the case for most nuclear-armed countries, it's going to be hard to really move them towards reducing the role and the number of nuclear weapons in a stepwise fashion. But we got to keep up the pressure, and it is true that the TPNW in many ways is the result of the fact that of this contradiction and the fact that a large number of non-nuclear weapon states saw it to be essential to put some normative rules of the road down to establish some additional legal restrictions on nuclear weapons to reinforce and augment the disarmament effort. But we got to keep working away to use the NPT to the best of our ability to leverage action on disarmament. And I think you can achieve, the argument we can make with the nuclear weapon states is, if you believe in deterrence, nuclear deterrence, okay, fine. That can be achieved at much, much lower levels of nuclear firepower than you currently possess, and you're going to make yourselves more unsafe by getting into an unconstrained arms race, which is what we're about to see if we don't make further progress on nuclear arms control and disarmament.
I wouldn't say that you have to believe in deterrence to think that NPT is a useful tool, or the other way around. I don't think there is a link there necessarily. NPT is a tool that was designed at a certain time with a specific purpose. It is a useful tool because it gives us the mechanism for making sure that it gives states a way to prove that they are not nuclear states. And the fact that TPNW actually relies on the tools that were developed in the NPT framework also shows that this is a useful instrument. I think the problem is not necessarily deterrence as such, but I think it is more of a structure of power in international relations. NPT certainly reflects that structure, the fact that P5 occupy a certain place, but it's not the foundation of that structure, if only because there are other states outside of NPT who have nuclear weapons. And so I would not necessarily focus on this kind of a trade-off, if you will, between deterrence and disarmament. It is you could do disarmament by any ways possible.
Okay, we're running out of time and a lot of questions, and I would love for everyone to continue to discuss this and continue to practice these arguments. But before we wrap up, and I'm sorry, just one final very quick thing. Short, what's your best argument against deterrence?
Nuclear deterrence is it's dangerous, it's unsustainable. Eventually it will fail and fail catastrophically.
Well, I'm still thinking about making this kind of a line that deterrence works only against threats that don't exist. I'm not exactly sure that this is a correct statement, but I think it's very close to the truth.
It's work in progress, those things. Yeah.
I'm tempted to quote Patricia Lewis, to whom I turn frequently. It's like nuclear weapons is a whole bunch. Nuclear deterrence is a bunch of voodoo. But understanding that policymakers don't take kindly to that kind of language, I think nuclear deterrence is fraught with uncertainties and is too risky.
And my favorite argument is to look at the leaders of the nuclear armed states and do we trust them with all of our lives? So thank you. Please join me in thanking our three great panelists. And as I said, please continue to have this conversation. I find that the best ways to figure out how to argue is to constantly try, repeat, test it on your friends, test it on the people, on the politicians, on the journalists that are talking, and just explore. So please keep the conversation going up, and handing over back to our lovely hosts.
Thanks, Bea. I really can't believe this, how persistent the myth of deterrence is in people's minds, but most of all, in leaders' minds.
Yeah, it's astonishing that some leaders and some governments continue to perpetuate these arguments that we know are so flawed and we know are so destructive. But it's great that we today have learned so much and explored with Richard and then this panel the tools to respond.
Exactly. And I think we've had a really great day of programming. Maybe let's very quickly, just reflect on everything that's happened today.
Yeah, a lot has happened today. I mean, the sessions that I've seen have been so inspiring. We've discussed a lot about the horrors of nuclear weapons, both the consequences of their use, of any use of nuclear weapons, but also thought a lot about how they are used now and every day outside of the battlefield to poison others, to coerce, and to harm.
And actually tomorrow we will hear even more on the risks and consequences, but we will also hear more on solutions and the resistance to nuclear weapons. And also how we actually changed the game with the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the TPNW.
Yes, our best tool to respond right now. And this historic week, we're going to start preparing and talking more about what we're doing to prepare for the first meeting of states parties, all of our campaigners that are here today. Yeah. Very exciting, and as exciting, as historic as this week is, I am already a little bit tired and a little bit jet-lagged, and honestly, I could just go for a beer.
And I think you're in luck, Seth, because downstairs there is ICAN branded beer, then better with snacks and food, and music, live music. So feel free to hang out with all of the nice people you've met today. You might run into some speakers you still want to ask some questions. Yeah.
And one more thing that is on our program that you know about, there's about to be a screening in a half an hour at 5:30 local time of The Vow from Hiroshima. It's a wonderful and poignant documentary portrait of everyone's most inspiring campaigner, Setsuko Thurlow, who just spoke in the Vienna hub right before this program. It's told through the lens of her friendship with Michi Takeuchi. I've seen it a few times. I really recommend it. And we have the filmmakers Michi and Susan Strickler, who are here to do Q&A afterwards.
Exactly.
We're in the Vienna hub downstairs. Yeah.
At 5:30. So I think with that, we can close the stage, but I just want to take a moment and say goodbye to the people who followed us on the live stream. And yeah.
Yeah, and with that, we'll close the stage, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Yeah. Have a beer.